superstar, one bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this a recession, selling that crack dead. Niggas selling superstar, one bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no niggas.
Good evening, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. Lady Che might be joining us. I'm not exactly sure, but she is present. And we will be discussing several things tonight on Season 3. We're in our third season. Is that you, Shabaka? You got a smoke detector going off? Season 3, episode 4 of the Frontline Black News, and we are joined with our West Coast correspondent Shabaka Sankori of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I am the co-executive producer of. Greetings.
Hey, greetings, ladies and gentlemen.
And on tonight's show, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing that we'll be discussing is Tangibles 2023 to Tangibles 2024. This is the year and the decade of Tangibles. Black family, and we're not letting up. The 2024 presidential elections are coming up. And Foundation of Black Americans, American descendants of chattel slavery, or descendants of American chattel slaves are going to demand something tangible for our vote. Otherwise, these politicians aren't getting our vote, period. Democrats, Republicans, any other party. They're not doing anything specifically for Black people, specifically Foundation of Black Americans. Don't waste your time voting for them, Black family.
Yes, sir.
I'll give you a quick.
And also too,
hold on, Shabaka. We're gonna give you a quick update on the Denver mayor's race, Denver runoff election between Mike Johnston and Kelly Brough. The next thing we're going to discuss is RIP to our non-FBA elder, Harry Belafonte. The next thing to discuss is Rest in Piss and Major Piss to Carolyn Bryant, who's responsible, who's the white woman, or the Karen, as we call them now, the Karen. She's the mother of all Karens, who was responsible for the death of Emmitt Till in Money, Mississippi in 1955, which sparked Black empowerment movement and the civil rights movement.
Right.
The next thing that we'll be discussing is RIP to Jerry Springer, only for the reason of the fact that he exposed all the trash that exists in American society and brought it to the big screen.
That he did. That he did.
The next thing we'll be discussing is RIP to Alton Maddox Jr., the famous Black lawyer in New York City who represented the Tawanna Brawley Rape Hoax in the 1980s. The next thing we'll be discussing is Don. Yeah, I think your fire detector is going off, Shabaki. I keep hearing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a beep.
Yeah, it must be in the phone.
It sounds like
it must be in the phone.
Don Lemonade.
Okay. What about now? Still there?
No, I don't hear it now. Don Lemonade fired. Don Lemon, what we call him, Don Lemonade, fired from CNN, Caucasian Nazi Network. After 17 years on the air. And then he was recently hired all in the same week, Black family, like literally like 2-3 days apart. He ended up getting hired at B.E.T, which stands for Black Entertainment Television, but it hasn't been Black owned in over 20 years since Bob Johnston sold it. He was hired to B.E.T for $50 million for 3 years.
Oh, okay. Well, he made his living.
Tucca the Succa fired from Fox News, and now
great news.
And now he's in rehab.
And rehab for what?
Yeah, we're gonna dive into that. And then we got last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused Neighbor News and our Unhoused Neighbor Streets.
Yes, sir. Okay, and if I may go in a little bit there, Brother Che, is because this phone probably has a spy app in it, but for some odd reason, this phone keeps overheating. So I'm gonna try to get as much as I can, because it will shut down. And I took it off the electric plug-in. It's on its own battery now, hoping that if that there would work, because I feel it getting warm now. But anyway, first was Mr. Belafonte. Yeah, he did a lot in our people's history for the civil rights movement. He did march with Dr. King. He was at the March on Washington, and he was an activist for civil rights. Also, too, as you had pointed out, Brother Che, the civil rights era, and you did have the Black militancy era, or the Black empowerment era, branch off of that, starting with the Deacons of Defense with Mr. Robert Williams down in North Carolina, is that when our people were being brutalized by these white racist terrorists, Mr. Williams had advocated, and he did show our people how to defend themselves. He was a World War II veteran. He was also a prelude to the Black Panther Party for self-defense, as we all know. And Mr. Belafonte, he was a calypso star. He was a stage actor. He was also a movie actor in his most famous role where he played Joe in the Carmen Jones movie starring Dorothy Dandridge in the title role. The year was 1956. and I believe it was Otto Preminger who had made the film. But also, too, from what I understand, I got unconfirmed reports, is that he was involved in an affair with Miss Dandridge. And, of course, as you know, she had married a guy by the name of white dude, by the name of Jack Dennison, and who had took and squandered off her money. You know what I mean? And from what I understand, Miss Dandridge, was pretty much bad shape financially on her passing in the year 1965, and I believe it was in Los Angeles. Okay,
Yeah.
But however,
one of my friends. On that note, one of my friends, he's related to her.
Oh, okay. My condolences to Miss Dandridge family, on her untimely passing.
His name is Marcus Danridge.
Oh, okay. So there's definitely a first or second cousin or a sibling, or probably, she was perhaps his aunt or great aunt. But however, though, Mr. Is what now?
She could have been his grandmother, too.
Oh, okay. And then also, too, we're coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada here on this end. Two ladies and gentlemen, and just came across some information is that Lena Horne, who had performed here in Las Vegas, I believe in the 1950s, right around the time that Mr. Till was murdered savagely in Mississippi, is that they didn't even allow black people up here on the Las Vegas Strip. They had their own section of town called North Las Vegas.
Yeah, North
far
Las
away
Vegas.
from the Strip. Yes, sir. And then on top of it as well, too, when Lena Horne did come to Las Vegas, staying at one of the major hotels at that time, because the Sands, the Frontier, they're gone. The Dunes, gone. Was sitting up on top of where they used to be. There's places like the Venetian, the Bellagio, let's see, the Luxor, I believe, okay. Because Paris, I've been coming in and out of
Paris.
Yes.
Which I will never, ever go to ever again in life. They had us waiting. Our last name is Paris. And they had us waiting to be served for like almost an hour.
Wow. And then keep in mind is that Nevada is an open carry state in certain parts. Keep in mind it is a conservative state. Okay. Because California will go. Yeah, because California could go either way. But Nevada is strictly conservative, particularly when you get into the rural parts. It's because they only got two major cities in Nevada, Las Vegas and Reno, Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I always take great pleasure.
I would say three, Carson City, Reno, and Las Vegas. But I was in a town called Austin, Nevada. I distinctly remember that town because it had nothing but Trump and Confederate flags everywhere.
Right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Clark County is pretty much, a red zone, but the rest of the state is all blue. It's all Trump supporters in Nevada.
You mean all red?
Too,
that wouldn't be
all red. I'm sorry. Yeah, I stand corrected.
Or Denver.
But also, too, yes, sir. And then keep in mind, I take great pleasure of going through Reno, Nevada, is because when I go through Reno, Nevada, I stand there and I listen to the wind. And I look at all the white folks that came up there July 4th, 1910, to see the great white hope James A. Jeffries get beat down like a dog by the first black heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Johnston. And then another heavyweight champion who has fought here in Las Vegas, as a matter of fact. Muhammad Ali had fought a guy from Denver, Colorado here by the name of Ron Lyle.
Yep.
Okay, here in Las Vegas, Nevada. He fought Leon Spinks here in Las Vegas, Nevada. He also had fought Floyd Patterson here in Las Vegas, Nevada twice. And in 1965, when the sports press was hitting on Mr. Ali, they called upon Floyd Patterson to, quote unquote, to take the heavyweight championship of the world from Muhammad Ali for the American people. And then, of course, we will never refer to Mr. Ali, by the slave name of those that owned his family, particularly on this day of April 29th. And in Los Angeles, California, 31 years ago tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I lived in LA at that time. It's when the rebellion had started in regard to the Rodney King case. Mm-hmm. And then you had a police officer there by the name of Stacy Coon, who was a sergeant that supervised this beating of Mr. King on the corner of Foothill and Osborne in the Foothill Division of the Los Angeles Police Department in a section of the city of LA called Lake View Terrace. Mm-hmm. Now, Carolyn Bryant, the Rodney King situation, okay, the Watts riot, okay,
10 years after that. Yeah, because 10 years after Emmitt Till's killing is when the Watts riots broke out.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're correct.
It started, if I'm not mistaken, it was started by an accusation from a white woman against a black man, accusation of rape or something similar to that sparked that off.
You talking about the Watts riot?
Yeah.
No, what happened with the Watts riot is that the California Highway Patrol had pulled over a brother by the name of Marquette Fry, who was driving drunk. Okay. And he was drunk, and then he told the California Highway Patrol that he was intoxicated, okay? But he had requested that somebody will come take his vehicle and take it to his relative's house, which was like about 2 or 3 blocks away. And then from what I understand, all of a sudden the California Highway Patrol had started beating on a black girl. And then Mr. Fry himself was struck, and seeing an old news clip about the 1980s, I believe, when Marquette Fry had made the statement, is that he was pulled over. The California Highway Patrol hit him with a baton. And Mr. Fry said that when he hit me with the baton, I dropped him. And then it was on. You see? And this is where the classic term of burn, baby, burn originated. It was from a local DJ there on a radio station called KGFJ, which was a black-owned radio station by the name of Montague. And anytime that Montague played a hit, Smokey Robinson or Gladys Knight or the Four Tops or what have you, the soulful sounds of that time in 1965, he would always say, burn, baby, burn. And he was relieved of his post at the radio station for the simple fact is that they stated that he had was inciting the Watts riot, with burn, baby, burn. Now, keep in mind is that the Watts riot was mainly confined to the South Central LA and Southeast LA and the Watts area, which starts there on 103rd Street and Central Avenue and by Will Rogers Park. And keep in mind, Fred Sanford, I've yet to see his store over there, Sanford and Sons Junk, because as you know, they stated on the show that they sat there on the corner of 103rd and 103rd and Central Avenue. And no, what you have right there is Will Rogers Park, not Fred G. Stanford Esquire selling junk. No. Or didn't see him or his son Lamont either, for that matter. But moving right along.
So where was the tape? Because
what?
It was taped where you just said, but where was the tape?
No, at NBC Studios in Burbank.
Okay.
Same place where they taped the Cosby Show, the NBC Studios in Burbank. The CBS taping studios is up there in the Fairfax district off the corner of 3rd and Fairfax in the western part of Los Angeles, okay? And that is where they brought you such shows as All in the Family, Good Times, The Jeffersons, mainly the Norman Lear productions, okay? And what had happened is when Queen Latifah, Kim Coles, what was the other one? Kim. Okay, I'm trying to remember her name.
You talking
Okay, well, anyway, Kim Fields. I'm sorry, that's her name, Kim Fields.
Yeah, we were just talking about earlier. Limit and
yes.
The single.
Yes, sir. Okay, and what had happened is that when Ms. Latifah, and she has a star on Hollywood Boulevard, by the way, and so does John Singleton. Okay, is that they were saying it was just too much blackness on television at that time, and that's why they canceled all those shows.
Yeah, because we
Living
had
Single.
It was a gang of shows. We had Living Single.
Yeah,
we had the Cosby Show.
Yeah, the Cosby Show. A Different World.
Yeah, we had Hanging with Mr. Cooper. We had Martin. We had
227.
Yeah, 227. But
with Marla Gibb.
Yeah, that was more like in the 80s. I'm thinking like 90s.
Yes, sir. Yeah, in the 90s.
We had
the 80s and the 90s, actually.
The Parenthood, Sister.
Right. Right.
The Family Matters.
Right.
It was a gang of them, yeah.
Yeah, well, you had Jaleel White, who used to play that role. Urkel. And to find out that, brother was highly educated and highly intelligent. Mm-hmm. And then you had Martin Lawrence, and I'm not a fan of Martin Lawrence whatsoever, and I would say it out there. And Martin Lawrence, you welcome to call into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced 2 at 516-418-5996. And we're still waiting on you, Biden supporters. We know you've been had. We know you've been took. You know you've been hoodwinked. And then also, too, I want to say here tonight, too, Brother Che, that all these Cash App scams that's coming to me on my Facebook page of Shabaka Nkrumah, if you got a Cash App scam, unfriend me, okay?
Right.
Because I've blocked people on that is because people have lost money on that there left and right.
People have lost
and
I've lost the whole Facebook page behind it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
But I got to start the show.
Totally.
We're just going to be talking all night, and we won't get to none of the topics.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, on our next item. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we haven't got to the first one yet. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. We're demanding something tangible for our vote. So anybody that's seeking your vote, demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. Stop just voting just because the white-owned media told you to go out and vote. Stop voting because you got fear-mongered into vote in, or whatever reason that they try to give you to vote. Vote because you have an agenda and a cause. And that agenda and that cause is reparations.
Exactly.
Excuse me. The agenda is the Black agenda, and the cause is reparations.
B1.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. B1.
Yes. B1 to the fullest. So as the signal boosters of the new Black media, because you have to be vetted to be part of the new Black media. You just can't start a YouTube channel and then be like, "Oh, I'm the new Black media." No, it doesn't work like that. But as one of the signal boosters of the new Black media, we've been pushing this hashtag Tangibles 2020 for the past 3 years. So
right.
Back in 2020, a brother by the name of Tariq Nasheed, who was one of the main people of the new Black media, came out with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing what we, as foundational Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery, the people that built this country. Now, you know, all these other groups are talking about they built the country. How the hell you gonna build something that wasn't even built after you arrived? It's like these people have no end. These other groups, and that's why they can all hold their own us, and we're not keeping them anymore. The days of us keeping
we can't do it no more.
are over. So
Yes, sir.
basically everything's the same except the year. Can you see the screen, Shabaka?
Right. Yes, sir. Tangibles 2020.
Yeah, so we're gonna change tangibles 2020 to tangibles 2024, but everything else remains the
Right.
same. So,
Yes, sir.
the 2024 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus now. It's been more than 50 years now. Malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles2020. And since we're in the year of 2023, it's tangibles 2023. And next year, it'd be tangibles 2024. All the way up to 2100, Black family, we're going to demand something tangible for our vote. As we stated numerous times on this program, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly.
So we're in this for the long haul. This is going to be a generational long fight, and we're not giving up at all. We just beginning. So get used to it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Without a doubt.
On tangibles 2023 and tangibles 2024.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, we need 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, risk management. Also, 2, we need the reins pulled on social media that are shadow banning the new Black media from ourselves at Shabaka's Black Experience, the Frontline Black News, the Black I Stand, and what have you. So the simple fact is,
Shabaka,
yes, sir.
I gotta stop you real quick. So you said we need the 4 factors of production, and I didn't hear nothing about a check. I didn't hear nothing about no money.
Oh, absolutely.
You can
buy yes, sir, absolutely.
Money.
Yeah.
And as far as social media, with the money, we could create our own networks. We could create.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
We need to create.
Yes, sir.
We could create our own 4 factors of production.
Absolutely. And then, too, and one of our colleagues, who listens to us at Frontline Black News and at Shabaka's Black Experience, she had stated that we need to check out melanatedpeople.net. And I'm going to get back off into it is because when they first came out, I did have a profile set up there. It needs some work on it. It needs to be altered. Yeah, but we need to walk away from Stinkyberg, Zuckerberg, Instasham, all at once. You see, Black family, with the Montgomery bus boycott, had proved our economical muscle if we act all as one. They did not ride the bus in Montgomery, Alabama for 1 whole year. And it almost broke not almost. It did break the Montgomery Bus Company. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we could take that same principle, apply it to these social media giants. It's because, as I spoke with you on the phone earlier today, Brother Che, I go here to a store to get me something to drink because it was hot out here in Las Vegas. And these employees had told me that they cannot handle the cash. You got to put it off into these machines where they hand you, they give you your change back. Okay, so in other words, Stinky Bird, Bezos, and them, the next time you guys build your rocket, fly directly to the sun and do all of humanity a favor with this digital crap, okay? And the same thing with them bullshit cash app scams.
I wish you would have been on that damn rocket that exploded. SpaceX.
Oh, absolutely.
Launched earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, too bad they weren't on board. And the next time that you do launch it, fly it directly to the sun, okay? Blow it up with you parasitical bastards on it, Bezos, Gates, the dude running Verizon, because that is just too much money for you bastards to have, and people are out here starving to death, okay? We got elderly people out here, unhoused and what have you, okay?
Like
So
I was reading something that, like, just a couple $1 billion would end world hunger.
Yes. Oh, yes, sir, absolutely.
A lot more than a couple $1 billion. These are
absolutely
billion-dollar-nears, damn near trillionaires.
Oh, yes, sir.
Combined,
yes,
damn near trillion. I believe the top 5 billionaires combined have at least enough to equate to $1 trillion.
Yes, sir.
But nobody is officially a trillionaire yet, but they're getting there.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. And then also, too, another thing, too, Brother Chad, just want to mention that research I've been doing. We're going to be doing a future show on what's happening in the Sudan as well, too.
Okay, well,
and
if we're going to do that, we need to definitely do a show on the BRICS.
Oh, yes, sir, that, too, as well. Yeah, we can combine the two. It's because I'm of the opinion that it's what's going on in the Sudan is definitely from some Eurocentric forces behind it. Now, the thing is about the Sudan, it has a very, very rich history. And Sudan, translated, is the land of the black people. That's what Khartoum is in the Sudan.
That was Nubia.
The Nile goes through, yes, sir. And the Nile goes through
Nubia and
yeah, and you also have South Sudan that branched off from the Sudan, okay, just like what you had with Eritrea and Ethiopia. Mm-hmm. But you have to keep in mind, folks, is that it is definitely some type of Eurocentric influence behind this, the former colonies. And just like one scholar had mentioned, is that it's not so much colonialism, it's the damn neo-colonialism that perpetuates on a shadow basis the colonialism. Look what they did to Patrice Lumumba. Look what they did to Kwame Nkrumah. You see what I'm saying? Look what they did in ancient times, to our monarchies there and what have you see. And then this asshole, Ramasari or whatever where he's from India. Over there, you people in India, you all got that caste system. You're thinking that you're better than everybody, and you look at us as untouchables. Okay?
Yeah, well, you know what that is. They were colonized.
Why is that?
India was colonized.
By the British. I know. I know that they were colonized by the British, but who else had colonized them?
The British.
Right. And then keep in mind, and I wanted to let it be known, particularly here on April 29th, 31 years ago of the rebellion, plus what happened with Emmitt Till in 1955, Dr. King patternized himself after Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was an avid racist. He was an avid racist, and he hated black people. Okay, so therefore, when he did his thing in India, he was first in South Africa doing it, and he was not about equal rights for all the people who were there, but he was just talking about the Indians, and he did not mention that one damn thing about the Zulus there or the Xhosa there. Sister Mary McKeever is from she's from Azania. That's what I will recall it. And also, too, I found something quite interesting, too, when it came to the world of sports, is that I'm looking at a professional boxing match between two white guys, and one was from the United States, and one was from South Africa, and they kept referring to the guy from South Africa as the African fighter, and I mean, I'm seeing two Europeans there. So once again, they're pulling out their Johnsons, pissing on us, telling it is rain, defecating on us, telling us it is snow.
Yeah,
so Ramasawi.
They called them mugs the Afrikaners, the damn
exactly.
Whatever.
Yeah, the board.
Settlers, colonial.
They did the of the Dutch. Right.
Yeah, they consider them. They consider them African. That's why on the previous show we had discussed why we don't. While we agree with Morgan Freeman and Floyd Mayweather that we should not be called no African Americans. They literally call Sharon Stone African American. They call the Musty Man African American. We should not identify with that term. Like that was brought to us by way of Jesse Jackson. And that rainbow push, whatever the hell coalition movement he had going on.
Right. Yes, sir. Because Jackson had at that time,
go ahead,
in the early 1970s, he had people united to save humanity, with a rainbow coalition where he's trying to be up here with all this all-inclusiveness. What it is, black families, that we got to do tangibles 2024 to 2100. Something specifically for us is because we built this nation and the Western Hemisphere, off the sweat, blood, and misery of our people who were brought here against their will during the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, this is not hatred. So that Vivek Ramaswamy or whoever, that Don Lemon checked, and rightfully so, okay. And he told him, well, man, how the hell are you going to tell me my people's history here, man, in the United States? You know what I'm saying? And we're not going for that banana in the tailpipe no more. This is why we have Frontline Black News. This is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. The day of ass scratching and yassa bossing are over, black family. Okay, and particularly we should bring more attention to that is because may Carolyn Bryant rest in peace. Okay. Also, too, look at the ancestors of whose memory.
We try to get to all these topics, so I just wanted your thoughts on the tangibles. Is that
absolutely. Yes, sir. Okay, moving right along. Next item.
Okay, so the next topic is update on the mayor's race here in Denver. The two white people that made it to the runoff. They're caping for all these other groups, and me and Lady Che did a whole show yesterday, asking you black Denverites, you black voters, why you were supporting the white candidates, and none of y'all called in.
Right.
Shout out to Brother Nas out of ATL, he called in, but he's not in Denver calling in. We specifically sent out a call out to people in Denver to call in. Crickets. So, I mean, we tapped them all. All of Jeff's crew, all that. Crickets. So, as you don't have an answer, and y'all are just caping as usual. So, these mugs are over here talking about they want to protect DACA recipients. But they didn't say nothing specifically. They was for Black people.
Right.
And
Okay, so then that there should be the handwriting on the wall right there.
Right, and I'm literally the only candidate that ran on a B1 agenda, and y'all,
Yes, sir.
to hell with us based off the results, and went with these.
Right. Right.
So the 38% of you that voted, I mean, I don't even think it was 38% of Black people that voted, but the 38%
Wow.
of the registered Denver voters that voted, y'all went with these two. So I'm gonna read this article real quick.
Sure.
This is from Newsbreak. Alex Edwards from 2 days ago says Mike Johnston, Kelly Brough commit to protecting DACA recipients if elected Denver mayor. Days after an immigration bill cleared the Colorado legislature, Denver mayoral candidates Mike Johnston and Kelly Brough tackled immigration issues at a mayoral candidate forum Thursday night in Denver. Both committed to supporting DACA recipients and working with undocumented immigrants who now call Denver home. House Bill 1100 was approved last week and awaits Governor Jared Polis' signature. If signed into law, it prevents or prohibits state and local governments and other agencies from entering into or renewing contracts with U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE.
Yeah.
Brough and Johnston recounted their previous experiences working with undocumented people. That's what they're calling these illegal immigrants that are literally fleeing here from south of the border. They're calling them undocumented people and migrants.
Yeah.
With both coming from different backgrounds. Brough relied on her time as president and CEO of the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce to draft her response. We led that work across the nation and tried our best to influence Washington. I would commit to continue that work, and get our private and non-profit sectors to make the same commitment to our kids. These aren't even our kids. These aren't even citizens. They're literally people that have literally broken the law, came over here, and they expect them to stay because Obama, when he was president, old Sambo, came up with this damn crap. I forgot what it stands for, direct arrival, some shit. But basically, these anchor babies that are over here now, for them to stay, and we're just going to, as the taxpayers, are just going to continue to support them. But we can't even support our citizens in this country.
Exactly. And then look at the citizens in the U.S. that is out here home. So that sounds totally to me like a managerial problem right there.
Yeah.
And as you had stated in your camp, yes, sir, go ahead.
And Denver has spent like $13 million since December of last year to house, clothe, and feed these illegal immigrants. But yet they can't do the same for the people that are already here, that are unhoused, that are starving to death.
Exactly.
Freezing to death.
Yeah.
So
yes, sir.
Priorities all mixed up. They want to prioritize these buffer classes because that's what they are. They're buffer classes. The replacement theory, they're trying to replace us with them. This is not conspiracy. This is really what's happening.
Right.
And you've been warned. We've been warning y'all for 3 years now, at least 3 years now. And
Yeah, and plus the other 3 years of Shabaka's Black experience enhanced with that. So that's a combination of 10 years.
you've been warned. Even Dr. Claude Anderson has been warning us. Dr. Claude Anderson been warning us since at least 2013. For at least 10 years, we've known about this.
Yeah.
And our elected officials just continue to go with it. So Brough
yes, sir.
also recalled a recent surge of migrants Denver experienced in December, when thousands had to call Denver a temporary home.
Yep.
She's wrong. Yeah, because damn Hancock has it where it's a sanctuary city, but we're still wondering where the hell is Black People Sanctuary, because it damn sure ain't no Colorado, and it damn sure ain't anywhere in the United States of America or the world.
Los Angeles also. Exactly.
That's the United States.
And then, yes, sir.
It's the article though, Shabaka. So, migrants in Denver experienced in December when thousands had to call Denver a temporary home. She volunteered at one of the many recreation centers that housed and serviced immigrants. One of the most common questions was, "Where can I work?" she said. Johnston pointed to his experience as an educator, recalling a time when he and staff members at a school graduated 100% of their class. Oh, there it goes again, Shabaka, the beeping. Graduated 100% of their class to accredited colleges. However, roughly half were undocumented. This meant that they could not go to college unless they paid out-of-state tuition. Yeah, you're not a citizen. You're not here illegally.
Wow.
You go through the proper channels to be a fucking citizen, to be a naturalized citizen. So yeah, no, you should have to pay out-of-state tuition if you want to go to college.
I paid it.
Yeah, I paid too. Oh, I didn't pay out-of-state tuition. I paid in-state tuition, but yeah, we did everything we could to prepare them, but none could actually go, he said. So I ran for state senate, trying to be part of the coalition to change that. Regarding DACA and the potential of its repeal, Johnston said he wants to create a public-private partnership where the city would act as a liaison between undocumented workers and businesses in need of hiring. Employers would pay the city, who would send the workers to those businesses in need. Johnston likened it to a consultant agency, suggesting the name 5280. Ain't that about a... Okay, so...
Oh, yeah, it's downright fucked up.
What are your
thoughts? It's downright fucked up. Yeah, my thoughts is on that. And once again, shit like this right here, what this clown is doing in Colorado pushes ahead the more reason for us to receive our reparation, for us to become self-sufficient, for us to build on the land that our ancestors shedded their blood on, okay, across the whole 50 states, is because the whole damn United States economy benefited from the transatlantic slave trade, from the Caribbean to the United States, even parts of Canada and Mexico. Okay, now the thing is that with Emmitt Till being murdered the way he was, with the rebellion in 1992 in Los Angeles, 31 years ago today, goes to prove the fact that we are all we got. And what it is that when you see politicians like Coon, Karen Bass, Uncle Tom Bradley, Eric Adams, and what have you, they are projecting to the world that we have no cohesiveness, okay? They think this shit is progress. The whole world laughs at us. And this is why we appreciate Mr. Lemon of what he did with this Vivier Ramazeri clown out of India. Okay, and I'm putting it out there. I'm making it plain. You other groups of people who ain't black, don't comment on our business because you don't know what it's like being black in America and in the diaspora. Okay, and I don't care how many black girlfriends you got. I don't care how many black boyfriends you got or what have you. You do not know what it is like to be a black person in the United States of America. Because you don't know nothing of our history, you don't know nothing of our pain, you don't know nothing of the collective pain that we have as a people. You see what I mean? And I mean, and look at Ms. Mobley, Emmitt Till's mother, who had put her only child, her only son, who was brutally murdered. Now, I'm not going to use the word public display, but she had shown the world of the brutalization of the white man in this country toward us. So me personally, don't come to me, with your other groups, with your agendas, just because my people have to have their business handled first. We don't care about no fucking Irish. We don't give a damn about you motherfucking British indentured servants, okay? It's because you own slaves too. You violated our women too. Young girls as young as 12, 13, 14 years old. This is what Black Friday is all about. And we supposed to sit up there and say, yeah, Pastor Charlie, that's a good old thing. And Samuel Jackson, that role you played in Django, man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, man, I saw your star on Hollywood Boulevard. I saw your footprints up on there with your skinning and grinning ass. Although, Mr. Jackson, I like some of your work, man. But hey, man, look at what Muhammad Ali did. He was the heavyweight champion of the world, okay? And he sacrificed his prime years for his people, his prime years.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody knows that industry, those are very few years, for any fighter in his prime. And you mean to tell me that you all want to go up there? And also, too, Miss Latifah, I'm talking to you, too, although I respect of the song that you did, UNITY and what have you. I respect the show you did, Living Single and what have you. You know what I mean? Same thing with Kim Field. Same thing, what's that sister's name? Kim Coles, who was on there. But the other sister, Erica Alexander, if I'm saying her name right, if I got it right. That was a very, very powerful show. So this ought to show you that out of Los Angeles, okay, is that they do not care about us. As long as we're killing each other, calling our women a B word, going around with these effeminized, homosexual ass roles and shit, like when you see Mr. Majors up there, on the cover of Ebony magazine, that is sick. Charlize Theron, with her Dutch ass, look what she's doing to those two boys, raising them as girls. That's child abuse.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Two men as girls. And the same thing with Dwayne Wade and Gabriel Union. What they doing with their son. You're going to raise him as a girl? Come on, man. That's a little bit too much.
They were talking about on the news yesterday, on a local news here in Denver. They said that 1 in 4 high schoolers identifies as the alphabet.
1 in 4, that's 25%.
Yeah.
Okay, glad you brought that up, Brother Che. It's because what I want to mention is that there was on Stinky Bird, okay, where the Musk man, Musk as in Funk, allowed this transgender dude, this man who called himself a woman, talking about nobody's going to prevent him from going into the women's restroom. And he was talking about using firearms to protect that ideology.
Yeah, we need to go on that.
Oh, yes, sir. And that there is a threat to every bona fide woman in the world. And as a matter of fact, for these men to go out there to call themselves women, that's women abuse. For you transgenders to compete in combative sports against bona fide women, that's women abuse. Hey, you dudes are fucked up in the head. You guys got issues. That's your business. You know what I'm saying? You got your human rights. You got your civil rights. But you do not have the right to come up to me with your Adam's apple, hands the size of baseball mitts, your 5 o'clock shadows telling me that you are a woman because you don't have no estrogen nowhere.
Right.
And I stand by that
statement. These people that are condoning this shit are going against the natural order of things. They're literally going against nature.
So they're going against nature.
They're going against.
Oh yes, sir.
Going against biography.
Biology.
I can't talk right now. Yeah, biology.
You already
biology. They're just going against what they call it heteronormativity. They're going against.
Yes, sir.
And this is all by design. This is all an agenda. As we touched on numerous times before, there's a whole gay manifesto. If you don't know about it, look it up.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why?
And look where their headquarters is. and look where their headquarters is. Look where their strongest base is, right there in the heart of social media.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no coincidence that you see these goony bird, ugly ass bastards up here with this crap. Why do you think social media bans you? You know, and like I said, I've been banned on social media and got so many other notices and stuff like that. And then when I put a photograph of a brother up there, may he rest in power, who met a similar demise like Emmitt Till, who was on fire, that they burned, they lynched and burned him. And I put it out there too, the panty. Yeah, Rick the panty. I don't respect you as a man. I'm saying that you are panty-wearing motherfucker is what I'm saying. Yeah, Chewbacca St. Corey on said that. The panty. So, man, you, with your hatred, man, of black people learning their own history, you and that Indian bastard that Don Lynn came out there and checked and got fired, you know, you two can go fuck yourselves. Better yet, man, why don't y'all go fuck each other in the ass? How about that? Suck each other's dicks. Punk ass motherfuckers. Excuse my language, and I know I'm trying to keep it clean and what have you, but that's just how irritated and how upset that I am. And not only is that there is an insult with that transgender shit to womanhood, that's an insult to bona fide men as well, too.
Yep.
Because you don't have no estrogen. The
right.
crack of your funky ass is not a woman's womb.
Right.
The crack of your ass is to buy the shit in a toilet or on the street or what have you. Or if y'all want to go up there and do with each other, that's your business. But you're not going to sit up there and you ain't going to sit up there and tell me with your 5 o'clock shadow, your baseball mid-sized hand, telling me that you are a woman. And I don't see no estrogen nowhere and none of you do.
Right.
So I welcome the suspension. I stand by it. You know what I'm saying? And when you shadow banned us, you know what I'm saying? You're just simply proving our point.
Well, I remember the elder Nellie Fuller Jr. Shout out to Nellie Fuller Jr. Anybody talking about code name read Nellie Fuller's books, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But the participatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy. Nellie Fuller said back in like 2018, maybe even going back even further than that the white supremacists are going to come up with 50 different genders.
Yeah.
And he also, I distinctly remember him saying that, oh God, that the white man's anus, meaning the white man's asshole, rectum, going to be the new vagina.
No. It's still a rectum. It's still full of shit. Okay. It is an insult to our intelligence. Okay. To sit up there, Brother Chaz, you know, and I'm sure you would agree with the statement. It is an insult to our intelligence for them trying to put that shit on our children. Now, when they try to force that shit on our children in these damn public indoctrination centers, sir, that is child abuse. And just like with the panties,
and it's gotten to the point now where they're like, so like, you know how they're talking about mental illness,
right?
You're on the spectrum, right? They're doing the same shit with this shit, talking about
absolutely,
they're on the spectrum. The hell does that mean? So first it went from being 4 letters to now it's, like I said, Nelly Fuller Jr. said it was going to be 50 different genders, 50 different sexualities that the white supremacists were going to create and enforce on us. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now in real time. Like,
absolutely.
Right absolutely. It's like LGBTQ plus they literally have a plus because there's like 20 other things behind it. Like,
yes, sir, absolutely.
Look into the shit. Like, there was a documentary called "Ain't I a Woman?" or "Am I a Woman?" by this white supremacist. He's a straight up white supremacist, but he was on to something when he said, "Am I a woman?" And he went all over the country asking people. We actually screened it. We talked about this on the Revolutionary Agenda a few months back.
But
he basically went all over the country asking women, asking professionals, asking whoever, you know, what is a woman? And nobody had a straight answer for him.
Nobody had a straight answer for him.
And then it reminded me of when the damn Supreme Court justice or judge,
right?
The new Supreme Court justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, was asked, could she define a woman, and she asked what was a woman, and she couldn't define it. And you're a black woman.
My God.
You done bear children.
The original woman. You're
the original woman, and you can't define what a woman is?
Okay, see, that's the problem right there. Okay, and the problem with that is that looking at all our girls and boys in their formative years of elementary school, you're confused. You know what I'm saying? You're confused.
He said it was going to be
and I suggest, and what I suggest that every bona fide girl, every bona fide boy, at the youngest age as possible, start taking them up some self-defense classes on it. It's because anytime when a Goonie bird comes on social media stating that he will go into a woman's restroom and that he will arm himself to defend his premise of going into a woman's restroom, you just put every bona fide woman in danger, not only in the United States, but on the whole world. Okay.
I concur, and it's up to real men to take a stand against that shit. Because if I got a daughter and one of them fucking Goonie birds went in the back, I would be just like that brother. And what's his name? I forgot the brother's name, but he killed one of the motherfuckers after he went in the bathroom. He took his daughter to the bathroom, and one of the motherfuckers came in with a 5 o'clock shadow.
Right.
He went in there and killed that motherfucker. He shot and killed him.
Okay. He was protecting his child against a molester.
Right.
Okay, just like that dude in the great state of Texas. Okay, who had a son that was molested by this dude, and they one got him extradited, and he waited by the phone booth. Okay, and when the dude passed him, he took his 9mm out and blew his brains out on the spot. The judge told dude, he said, "Hey man, I sympathize with you. Okay, you know, this penalty here for this case right here, man, you know, it's a very, very long time in the slammer." He says, "But what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to take your gun rights, but your sentence is suspended, and you are welcome to walk out of this court." but you can never own a firearm again. That's the only thing against you because you were protecting your child. I mean, when you look at all the living forms, okay, on this planet, the parents will protect the young. You see what I mean?
You're supposed to protect
okay.
the
and that's all with the, and that's all
more vulnerable
with that
than
man.
a child, besides an elder.
Yeah, exactly.
But the children, they're the most vulnerable. And these moms, they're forcing this shit. And we've been telling them for years, they've been forcing this shit down our throats. And when we bring it up, oh, you're transphobic, you're homophobic. No, y'all are heterophobic. No. And y'all are trying to normalize this shit. And any kind of pushback against it, oh, you're hating. No, you like you always say, Shabaka, you have your human rights. You have your civil rights.
Yes.
You do not have the right to force this fucking agenda down our fucking throats. Like you don't have
that right there don't have
to piss on us and tell us it's rain and shit on us and tell us it's snow. You don't have that right.
Fact. No, sir, they don't. And they do not have the right to insult our intelligence. You see what I mean? So the best thing what them cats need to do is go up there and find them their own planet, get on the spaceship with Bezos and Musk. Okay, hopefully the damn thing will fly to the sun and kill all you rabbit infestation disease-minded folk. But go to the moon, set up your own colony. Do like Captain Kirk, going to the next galaxy, set up your own system or whatever you do. But there is nowhere in hell I'm going to sit up there and call one of you dog-faced Joes swinging a Johnston telling me that you're a woman. No.
Shabaka.
And then I even had...
these mugs, the latest shit I've been hearing, oh, there's been these... This has existed since the beginning of time. If it had existed since the beginning of time, there would be no fucking humans on this planet because they wouldn't have been able to reach
Exactly. Okay, so therefore, what you just exposed right there is the greatest form of hypocrisy right there. It's not even a paradox, okay, because a paradox is a contradiction, which is true, okay. So that's not true because they are not true women, okay. But you got civil rights, you got your human rights, okay. But none of you dog-faced Joes wearing a dress got the right to come up and tell me that you are a woman. That is an insult to my intelligence. That is also placing little children and my family members in danger.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's placing all little children in danger. And then to find out, and then to find out there too, Brother Che, here's another thing that they don't bring up. But a lot of these individuals were molested as children.
Yeah, and I brought that up when I ran for city council at large because one of the candidates, she was still city council until July. Robin Kinich asked me a question on stage talking about you made some vociferous statements about the LGBT, the alphabet community, and I said, yeah, and I stand on that. Them kids have been abused. Them people have been abused.
Right.
I have a cousin. He's not my blood-related cousin, thank God. But I have a cousin, and he identifies as that. And we've known he was like that since he was a little kid. Since he was a little boy, we know that there was something off about him. And he had been abused and all kinds of shit. And now he go by she and all this other shit. And
oh man,
I just know him as Dante. No matter what he call himself Tay now. I'm like, no, you're still Dante. Like, we still remember you as Dante. Like, but if you call them by their actual name or identify them as their actual biological born gender, they call that dead. You're dead naming them.
Oh boy, that sounds like that garbage that Gavin Newsom with his gruesome ass passed in California, stating that, and he did sign an executive order, or he did sign an official state document that went through the California state legislature, stating that they do not have to put the sex of the child on the birth certificate when the child was born.
Yeah, they just put an X. he did that back into was it 2020? He did that. He passed that.
Right.
I gotta move us
Right.
on, Shabaka. We're just gonna be talking about this all night.
Yes. Yes.
So the next topic is rest in power to our non-FBA brother, Elder Harry Belafonte, activist and entertainer with a rebel heart. He died at 96 this week.
Yes.
And they said it coming through
condolences to the family.
Fours, and one of the four we are singing "All Happy Day" behind because it's been long overdue. But that'll be our next topic. Right now, we're going to talk about Harry Belafonte. This is courtesy. Oh shit! I haven't even been sharing. I haven't even been having the copyright up. I definitely need to put the copyright up now. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, copyright disclaimer. YouTube, PubeTube.
Right.
Content, news reporting, criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. So let's do it. So I'm gonna play this video from Caucasian Nazi Network, otherwise known as CNN.
CNN. Oh yeah.
On Harry Belafonte.
Oh yeah.
Come on, video. I guess the video don't want to play. Let me refresh it. Okay, come on.
Okay, buffer.
I don't know what the video is not playing. I don't want to read this article. It's a very long article.
Oh, and by the way, too, very, very special note about Harry Belafonte, too. Harry Belafonte was also the one that introduced Sister Miriam Makeba into the music world as well.
The Banana Boat song opening line, Deo, put Harlem-born Harry Belafonte on the map. The son of Caribbean immigrants worked hard to pull himself out of poverty through music and education.
I and my brothers and sisters were the first to be educated.
Belafonte's humble and sometimes rough beginnings in New York City helped shape the man who later would have a major impact on American music and drama.
I went to school here, drama school. My classmates were Marlon Brando, Sidney Poitier, Walter Matthau, B. Arthur.
Belafonte burst onto the entertainment scene in the early 1950s. He was dubbed the King of Calypso because of the Jamaican folk music he made popular.
Cut that out.
At around the same time, he won rave reviews for his role in the movie Carmen Jones. It was one of the first films with an all-black cast to garner box office success. The man with the uniquely husky voice went on to make more than 40 albums, including original recordings and compilations, and starred in more than 10 movies spanning more than 5 decades. Belafonte won several Grammy Awards for his records in the early 1960s and was one of the first Black performers to win a Tony Award for the Broadway hit John Murray Anderson's Almanac. In his later years, his big screen projects dealt with the larger societal issues of race and class, like 1995's White Man Burden.
Kind of just grew up and got away from me, you know.
Although Belafonte's career kept him busy, he always made time for his family. He was the father of 4 children from 2 marriages. His daughter, Sherry Belafonte, followed in his footsteps to become an actress in her own right.
Just like him.
Although his music and movies gained him fame, Belafonte also made his mark as a political activist. In the 60s, he stood up for the civil rights of Blacks in America and stood side by side with the likes of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Bobby Kennedy, both later assassinated. 2 decades later, he turned his attention to the poor and powerless abroad, especially in Africa. In 1985, Belafonte initiated the U.S. for Africa recording of We Are the World with some of the world's most famous entertainers. The song raised over $63 million for African relief. And for his humanitarianism, the artist received numerous awards from the Kennedy Center, the ACLU, the American National Medal of the Arts, and the Thurgood Marshall Lifetime Achievement Award.
Mr. Harry Belafonte.
Damn, so they died
Later
a year
in life,
apart.
Belafonte further sealed his legacy,
and
starting his own foundation, Sankofa,
Yeah.
focused on social justice. In the documentary Harry Belafonte Sing Your Song, he contemplated his life of accomplishment and the work that lay ahead.
I try to envision playing out the rest of my life almost exclusively devoted to reflection. But there's just too much in the world to be done. My social activism, things that I believed in politically, and although I took a lot of heat for what I did then, I'm taking heat again for some of the things I say and do, but if history is any measure, then I probably wind up on the right side of the equation.
Yes, so rest in
The dancing
power.
world has lost one of their own former.
Yes, sir. And then, too, about Harry Belafonte, there was something else significant about him, too.
So hold on, Shabaka. I'm gonna read a little bit of this article. I'm not gonna read the whole thing because it's just ridiculously long. I mean, he was a real celebrated man. He did a lot of very powerful stuff for our benefit.
White Man's Burden. Yeah, White Man's Burden. Okay, Brotha Che. That was made in the about 1995, I think. And what it was that I never seen the film. It was about how black people and white people had changed positions in the American social order when it came to racism.
Yep.
Okay. And then from what I gather is that John Travolta killed him in the end. It's because of the quote unquote racism. But the irony of it is that when Dr. Newton had went out and did his thing in 1966, okay, they followed all the principles of the U.S. Constitution, but then they came under the scrutiny of the one and only who himself was a homosexual and a transvestite by the name of John Edgar Hoover, okay? And Robert Kennedy and John Edgar Hoover hated each other. You see what I'm saying? They really did.
I thought it was J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, John Edgar Hoover. That's what the J is for, John. J. Edgar Hoover.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's his full name, John Edgar Hoover, avid racist. Also, too, is that we all know is that we had stated on our platforms, he declared the Black Panther Party public enemy #1. Also, too, is that he came with the counterintelligence program, which in itself was illegal. Okay, he did wiretaps on Dr. King. He had also sent tapes to Mrs. King of Dr. King with other women. Then, of course, he had hated the Nation of Islam as well, too. And he had hated any black person who was organizing, period. Because Hoover had stated that the organization, just the organization of quote-unquote Negroes was a threat to national security. And Mr. Belafonte, was involved in the civil rights movement as he has shown so well here on this documentary on Mr. Belafonte. And of course, our condolences go to his family as well too for their loss. But however, Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, they did live full and complete lives because both of them were over the age of 90. That is a complete life. That is a life to be celebrated.
Both of them were non-foundational Black Americans. They both had immigrant backgrounds, and they were riders. They were not tethers. They were riders.
Yes, sir. But Mr. Belafonte,
Black society in America, they seeked to make things better for Black society in America.
Yes, sir.
And worldwide.
And Mr.
He went worldwide with it. He went to Africa and raised a bunch of money for Africa. He did a lot of stuff abroad as well. So I wanted to read part of this article because I'm not going to get to the whole article, but I want to read a part of it, letting the viewers know, what he died from and some of his accomplishments.
Okay.
Harry Belafonte, a dashing singer, author, activist who became an indispensable supporter of the civil rights movement, has died. His publicist, Ken Sunshine, told CNN. He was 96. Belafonte died Tuesday morning of congestive heart failure, Sunshine said. Belafonte was dubbed the King of Calypso after the groundbreaking success of his 1956 hit, the Banana Boat song, and
Right.
Deo. They like
Mm-hmm.
make me wanna go home. He also became a music star after acting in the film adaptation of the Broadway musical Carmen Jones. But Belafonte's
Right.
biggest contributions took place offstage. He was a key strategist, fundraiser, and mediator for the civil rights movement. He continuously risked his entertainment career and at least once his life for his activism. He became a close friend of the
Mm-hmm.
Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., who often
Right.
retired to Belafonte's uh, political, political, political New York apartment to talk strategy and escape the pressures of leading the civil rights movement. A
Right.
voracious reader with a burning disdain for injustice, Belafonte's political consciousness was shaped by the experience of growing up as an impoverished son of a poor Jamaican mother who worked as a domestic servant. I've also
Mm-hmm.
I've often responded to queries that ask, when as an artist did you decide to become an activist? He once said, my response to the question is that I am an activist long before I became an artist. They both service each other, but the activism is first.
Yeah.
The scope,
Yes, sir. And then,
hold on, Shabbat.
okay. Yeah.
The scope of Belafonte's activism was astounding. He saw the civil rights movement as a global struggle. He led a campaign against apartheid in South Africa and befriended Nelson Mandela. He mobilized support for the fight against HIV/AIDS and became a UNICEF Goodwill ambassador. He also came up with the idea of recording the 1985 hit song We Are the World, which assembled a constellation of pop and rock stars, including Bob Dylan, Michael Jackson, rest in peace,
Yeah, I remember.
Bruce
Yeah.
Springsteen, and
Yep.
Bruce Springsteen to raise money for
Smokey Robinson.
yeah, they left out.
Yeah, for African relief. Yeah, it was a bunch of them. It was like about, if my memory serves me correct, Brother Che, it was about 50 artists altogether, 50 well-known artists. And then also, too, keep in mind Mama Africa, Mary McKeeba. That's what I was about to say. He is the one that introduced her, to the music scene in the late 1950s.
Okay. Belafonte
Yeah.
and Mello as his wealth and fame grew. He drew criticism after calling President George W. Bush the greatest terrorist in the world, and he was correct,
Right.
for leading
Right.
an invasion of Iraq and assailed
Right.
black celebrities such as Jay-Z and Beyonce for not taking bolder stances on social justice. And he should.
Yeah.
He criticized
And just for
Beyonce.
Beyonce, I want to say,
Go ahead, Shabaka.
yes, sir. Okay, it's just a small sense. And then also, too, on Beyonce, on the 50th Super Bowl 50, that was played in Levi's Stadium down by Silicon Game Valley, okay, is that Beyonce did do a tribute to the Black Panthers in a subliminal way when you check out her dancers when they did the song. All of them came out there with the leather pieces and the black berets because it was the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party when Shabaka's Black Experience and Answer was inspired by. Not to mention the fact that Levi Stadium is 50 miles from Oakland. Then keep in mind your donkeys had
here we go with the bullshit. My Broncos beat the damn
okay.
in that Super Bowl.
Okay, all right. Okay, hold it. But also two things, but three significant factors that you have to look at. The 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party, 50 miles away from Oakland. Also, the quarterback of the Panthers, ironically, was number one, and his last name was Newton.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you tell me. You tell me. That I'm just putting it out there, Brotha Che. I'm just putting it out there. You know what I'm saying? But at the same token, though, they do not want our children having knowledge of their true history. But at the same token, is that they're going to have up there and then try to force an agenda of an alphabetized agenda on our children. And that, sir, is an act wrong within itself.
So the article continues to say, he criticized Barack Obama so much during the then senator's first presidential run in 2008 that Obama asked him, "When are you going to cut me some slack?" Never. I wish more people would have been on Barack Obama like that. That was celebrities at the time. What makes you think that's not what I've been doing? Jay responded, I got him.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And now here's another case of irony in regard to Barack Obama. Okay, Barack Obama had started his political career in Chicago, Illinois, and Michelle Obama was born in the city of Chicago in the year 1964. So, and it's very interesting that Barack Obama never sought for the reparations. In fact, he was against the reparations. He had stated that in his campaign in 2008. What was that he said up there, man, at Donkey Stadium, man? Change that we could believe in.
It wasn't at Mile High Stadium. It was at the Pepsi Center.
It wasn't? Oh, okay, at the Pepsi Center. Okay, not at Donkey Stadium, but at the Pepsi Center.
At the Mile High Stadium. But it wasn't at Mile High Stadium, at the Pepsi Center. Now it's known as Ball Arena.
Okay, and that is where he gave his acceptance speech for the nomination, right? With change that we could believe in?
Yep.
Okay, all right, because I do know that day I did travel to Denver, and I noticed that all the traffic in downtown Denver was jammed up pretty bad. And I'm saying, man, why is this traffic all jammed up? Oh, well, Barack Obama's going to do his acceptance speech tonight here in Denver, Colorado, and I forgot about that, you know?
Yeah.
Belafonte, Sidney Poitier. Yes, sir. And that's Belafonte right there. I believe he was on NBC a few times. Is because NBC was the first national network, you know, although it's a national broadcasting company, to have blacks on it. In the late 50s with Nat King Cole, I see there with Harry Belafonte. Also, too, it brought to you a series called Julia in the year 1967, starring Diane Carroll in the title role as Julia.
Yep. And then
Lionel Richie, the USA for Africa. Diana Ross was there. Lionel Richie was there. Smokey Robinson was there. Bruce Springsteen. Like I said, it was a whole stage of it. Michael Jackson was there. I know that. Yeah, and it was about 50 artists.
Diana Ross right there, and Diana Ross is
right
to him, and Lionel Richie's right next to him.
Lionel Richie, right. And I believe that there's Whitney Houston over there to the left wearing a blue dress.
Right here? No, I think she's in here somewhere. But yeah,
Yeah. And then two, let me think. Okay, now keep in mind I may be wrong because I'm going from memories because this is over 35 years ago, man. You know what I'm saying? And I
yeah,
was a young man at that time. Okay, and I do remember that. And it was because the famine was hitting real bad in Eastern Africa. And I believe Ilhan Omar was a child at that time, because, the dump regime was talking about send her back. She ran for Congress and what have you.
yeah, up in Minnesota.
And she's, yeah. And then, of course, one thing about Black women from that region of the world, sir, they are hypnotically beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They are hypnotically beautiful because in Panthertown, when we started the podcast about this Black experience enhanced, they did have a East African population there. You have those from Ethiopia, then from Eritrea. They had a civil war. It's because I did approach a woman. I asked her if she was from East Africa. She stated yes. I said Ethiopia, right? And she read me the riot act, saying that she was Eritrean. You know what I'm saying? And don't ever forget it. I'm like, okay, sister. Okay, I read you loud and clear. You just educate me on something. You see what I mean? Because this miseducational system that they have for us here in the United States for our children is dumbing down our children and is putting hatred of ourselves in our children. Okay, so just like how you had stated, man, they got 50 different genders now. You know what I mean? 50 different genders. Next thing you know, man, you're going to be seeing a motherfucker going around here fucking a kangaroo talking about this is his soul.
Oh, it's already happening. Bestiality is on the rise. Pedophilia.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Wow. And then
keep
keep
saying
in
love
mind,
is love, and it's like y'all are some sick individuals because you just literally have opened up a Pandora's box. Like this is what we were.
big time.
What we were worried about back in 2013 when they realized this shit.
Right.
And here we are 10 years later, and now anything goes. Any and everything goes. You can identify as whatever you want to identify as, whatever you feel like identifying as for the day. That's what you are. And if they don't call you by that, then they're dead naming you. They're not allowing you to have your self-expression and all this crazy shit. And it's like, nah, man, we got to take a stand.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much. That's too much.
Oh,
there's Belafonte.
There's White Men's Burton.
Yeah, John Travolta. And what it is about the movie, from what I understand, although I'm yet to see it, is that the Black community and the white community.
I seen that I seen that when I was a kid. Like that was like one of the must sees back then.
Yes, sir. And I'm yet to see it. You know what I mean? And what it was.
I think it's on YouTube. You might be able to watch it on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure I could pull it up. Yeah, and I meant to check it out. And I was 26 years old when they made that movie. I was younger than you there.
Yeah.
And there's Belafonte right there again.
Where Barack Obama's family's from.
Yeah, Kenya. Yeah.
That's where Brother one of our Sankofa brothers is out there. Marais, he's been out there for 2 years now.
Yeah. And from what I understand, I always see the brother there. He was doing live feeds where he was building a home there. And he definitely much power to that brother.
He's literally got a whole.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah, it's done. He got a whole compound out there. He got a house for him and his wife and his kids, and then he got 2 apartments on top for people to live.
Oh, okay.
It's like a whole complex.
So what he's doing is doing the reconnection, as Sister Marimba Ani has described in her book, I believe, called The Urugu. And Dr. Marimba Ani, as we all know, is a student of John Henry Clark. And for her doctorate study is that she did go to Africa, and she's immersed herself into the culture for 15 years.
Uh-oh. This next picture is going to be kind of disturbing.
Who is that? Oh, no. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No. Mm-mm. No. But, however, they have their human rights. They have their civil rights. You cannot take Mr. Belafonte away from his contributions to our history, although we don't agree with that. And isn't that old Messy Jesse up there with him?
In the parade or with the Blasio?
With Bill de Blasio, because I think I see that fool Sharpton up there. And also, too, Al Sharpton, you know, please listen to it. You're a joke, man. And, you know, you're a waste of time, in my opinion. People have put it to me, well, Shabaka Sankora, what do you be done? Al Sharpton has gotten out there. Yeah, I've gotten out there, too, in my own way. You know what I'm saying? But Mr. Sharpton and myself, we disagree. I just hope that we could disagree agreeably. And then also, too, Al Sharpton, you and Mr. Jesse Ferguson, Missouri. It was very interesting of how you pulled up in the town in your van and how the young men had stepped you with the RPG and they said, look, man, check this out. You guys are not welcome here, and we're going to give you about 5 minutes to get up out of here.
Right.
Okay? Otherwise, we're going to start putting hands on you. And they ran them out of town. That's beautiful. Also, too, a shout out there to the brother by the name of PK Boom. I called up a podcast, and I think, Brother Che, we were in season 3, and I just missed PK Boom, man, by like 30 seconds, because I wanted to congratulate Mr. PK Boom on the great work that he did, is because he was in the community there in Baltimore. Guy coming up there, you know, with that bullshit, and Mr. PK Boom, and he made a video on it. Just told dude, look, man, check this out. You're not going to disperse that garbage here, man. Not this time. Okay, because enough is enough. And then on top of it, Mr. Boom did tell him, hey, man, I'm telling you as a man, you know, you're taking your life in your hands, man, coming up here with that shit. And Mr. Boom stood on the square, and he ran that dude up out the neighborhood with that garbage. So I have to give Mr. Boom his with that.
I think Mr. Boom ended up dead years later, though. If I recall, I think Mr. Boom ended up dead years later. A lot of those actors, Ferguson ended up dead years later.
And then also, too, I remember that there was a black police captain who had marched with the protesters as well, too, in Ferguson. Then all of a sudden, Ferguson, all of a sudden they stopped reporting from Ferguson. And from what I understand is that they had put Ferguson under martial law. So we need to find out. Yeah, that's old knocked in the head, good trouble right there. The head, knocked in the head, stretched out at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, talking about good trouble. Wow. But however, though, Brother Che, we only been out of slavery 150 years. And that's very, very old for a person, but that is still very, very young for a nation.
We haven't been out of slavery longer than what we were in. Meaning child slavery.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're still in slavery.
Oh, yes, sir.
Never ended.
Oh, yeah, because the chain is on the front.
That, and they transferred it to the prisons and the jails.
Well, that too. Now, this is where I got into a huge debate with a guy by the name of Scotty Reed, okay? I had to unfriend Mr. Reed. Okay, and the reason being is because I'm trying to explain to Mr. Reed of the brutalization that happened to our people, and he's going up here telling me about other groups. We don't have time for that now, particularly in these times here. You see what I'm saying? It's a B1 agenda because we're all we got. It's up to us to save ourselves. Okay.
Right.
Now, for OTBs, this does not mean this does not mean that we hate you. But if you think we do, we really don't give a damn at this time in history.
We don't.
Because we are all we got. Because we went out there, we shared with you, you stole our culture, you stole our ideas. You see what I'm saying? The imagery that you project of us in that cesspool called Hollywood, California. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think you all are with us, which is fine. It's because it's up to us in the diaspora to take care of ourselves. We have to bring together the concept of the explosion of the fist. As one of our elders said, hey, if I slap you with these separate 5 digits, it would sting. But if I want to put you in your place, let me bring the digits together. Okay? And then he had a colleague at this contemporary times who was the heavyweight champ, who exercised that principle for a living. He was quite effective with it. You saw what happened with him, what they did with him. They stole his prime years from him. So, and by the way, that video I did from Hollywood last year, it came to my attention that the heavyweight champ star they took off the side of the wall.
Oh, they took it off the side of the wall. Where is it now?
Yeah, because I don't know. It's because when he had was presented with the star, he said is that it must go up on the side of the wall because I don't want everybody walking over my name.
Yeah.
Okay. And I do know that upon his transition, man, they must have had 1 million flowers out there that covered that whole courtyard over there on the corner of Sunset and Vine, where his star was. You see, because the Walk of Fame goes up Vine Street from Sunset up to Franklin Avenue in front of Capitol Records, where it's at. It also starts at Gower on Hollywood Boulevard and goes all the way due west, all the way when you get to La Brea. And where you saw the live feed that I did from the Man's Chinese Theater or whatever what they're calling it from, I was like about 3 blocks away from the end of the Walk of Fame, you see. And then you saw the live feed, you know, people always got a game up there. They're trying to get into your pocket. And then just like he told me to stay away from that certain crew that was the feds.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? You know, okay. Then too, you heard my disclaimer out there. You also told me to the Screen Actors Guild, to the Screen Directors Guild, to you producers of Paramount, Warner Brothers, and Universal. You all were the big 3 that started Hollywood there in 1912, I believe. And, you know, our classic line, you know, they can go fuck themselves for their degradation of us with them ass-scratching, lots of Boston movies, Mantan, Boylan, Bill, Bojangles, Jackson, and all that. And then as our colleague, Brother Sharif, had showed up on his wall, the art and the work of Oscar Mashore. Okay, and then also, too, we have to definitely remember Mr. Paul Robeson of his stand, you know, speaking of, against the ills of what's happening to Black people in America as well, too, when he made the Emperor Jones. And keep in mind that Mr. Robeson was the subject of the McCarthyism, and he was a graduate with a JD degree from Colgate University. Plus, he was a star athlete as well, too, Mr. Paul Robeson was.
Yeah.
So, you know, got to remember him as well, too. And then also, too, Sister Rosa Parks, okay, who I met. Let me see. I have seen the former heavyweight champ Muhammad Ali in person. I never got a chance to meet him. Okay. Let me see. I never saw Sydney. I never saw Harry Belafonte. I did see and speak with, she's passed on with the ancestors now, Vanity. who was produced by Prince with the Vanity Six, and her name was Denise Smith. I met her personally in Altadena, and may she rest in power. And she was quite extraordinary. And one thing I will say about Miss Vanity, her beauty was natural.
Right. Okay. So
No
do you have anything
makeup.
else to say about Harry Belafonte, Shabaka? Because we got
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
We still got a bunch of stuff to get to.
Yeah. Okay. With Mr. Belafonte, definitely appreciate his contribution to our history. Appreciate his artwork. Appreciate his activism, and may he rest in power.
Yes, I concur. So our next topic is rest in major piss to the white woman that was responsible for the death of Emmitt Till, Carolyn Bryant.
Carolyn Donham Bryant, or whatever what the hell her name was. And the very, very sad part is that she lived to be 80 plus years old, 88. And then too, Brother Parris doing some research on it, is that Biden had did something with the Congress where they closed a file on trying to prosecute her. So we just want to put that out there.
Yeah, his DOJ did. Yep, his Department of Investigation or Justice. Yeah, his Department of Justice closed the case. Yep. And then right after that, they come up with the anti-lynching bill.
The irony of the situation. And then I'm hearing down there in the great state of Arkansas and Mississippi, they want to bring lynching back as punishment. And also, too, Sarah Huckabee, with your ugly, fat, nasty-looking ass, you can go to hell. Is because she had wanted to tear down the monument and erase the history of the Little Rock Nine of 1957. And then, of course,
that's how these white supremacists operate. They don't want to be held accountable for the atrocities that their ancestors inflicted on us. And they think it's going to erase it out of. That's why we're dealing with the panties in Florida, trying to erase the history. They're trying to erase the history because they don't want to be held accountable for what the hell they did and continue to do. But the new black media, we're going to. The new black media and the signal boosters of the new black media, we're going to continue to keep our knees on our feet on their neck, our knees on their neck. Like they did.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And we're not letting up. But so shout out to the new black media. The brother I'm about to play, his name is Torian Rain Reloaded, and did an awesome piece on Carolyn Bryant dying at 88. So I'm going to play that real quick, and then we're going to discuss it, and then we're going to move on to the next topic.
Yes.
Man, there's a lot of stuff going on in this week. First, we get news that Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson get fired from their respective jobs on their days off. Well, one was on, one was off, but either way, both of them are gone. Then, earlier today, as I'm recording this video on April 27, 2023, we get news that Jerry Springer passed away. But I think this one right here might eclipse all three of those, because this one right here has been long awaited. And this is actually going to be a pretty bittersweet Triple P, because we wanted this woman to meet her demise in a cell. So in case y'all have not heard, but of course by now y'all already heard it, because it's been about 24 hours. Carolyn Donham Bryant, the witch that was responsible for the murder, the brutal murder of Emmitt Till, has died. at the age
Great
of 88.
news.
And we knew that they wasn't going to arrest her. Excuse me. We knew that they weren't going to arrest her, even though they should have. Everyone else around her, you know what? Let me take that back. They didn't really get dealt with either. There really was no justice when you think about it when it came to Emmitt Till at all. Everyone who kicked the can and met their maker, it happened just because they just ended up dying. You know, the two men that were responsible for brutally beating him and murdering him, and now her. The only one who met their end in a very vicious way was the victim, and that would be Emmitt Till. I hope this woman is burning right now. And I think many people are hoping that as well, and maybe even worse. And you know what? We all have a right to feel that way.
Absolutely.
Carolyn Bryant-Donham, the white woman, the white hag at the center of the Emmitt Till lynching nearly 70 years ago, has died. The 88-year-old had been battling cancer and was in hospice care. That's how we knew she was on her way out. But honestly, she was in hospice a lot longer than most.
Yeah.
Mississippi Today reported Thursday, Donham had been accused of setting off the 1955 lynching of the 14-year-old Emmitt Till. Accused of, she is the one that did it.
Right.
It says her death comes after a Mississippi grand jury declined to indict her in August last year over Till's death. And that's the part right there why I say it's bittersweet. Because although we are glad that this hag is out of here, she is cleared off the table and she has gone to be with the Grim Reaper. We wanted her to be arrested because nobody surrounding Emmitt Till's murder was ever arrested. The most was charged, and that would be her husband and her brother-in-law. They were just charged, but that was a very open and shut case. They ended up being found not guilty, even though it was very clear of what they did. But of course, you know what it was like, of course, at that time back then. But as for her, she's the one that set it off. I've always said that Carolyn Bryant was the OG Karen. Granted, there were other Karens before her, before Karen was Karen, but she's one of the more famous ones. And when you think about how all these white women act, especially when it comes to black men right now, it always goes back to her. And I'm going to tell black men something right now, and y'all may or may not agree with what it is I'm about to say. You want to know why a lot of black women and even some other black men will criticize you if you end up dating a white woman? Look to this case right here. And Emmitt Till wasn't even dating her. Clearly, you know, that wasn't going to work anyway, because look at the age difference. The other, of course, was the obvious. He's a black boy and she was a white woman. But look at what one lie did. Look at what one lie did. It caused this boy his entire life. He will be eternally 14 years of age. And if you think about all the Black Massacre series that I'm doing right now, what is the catalyst for the reason why a lot of these towns got destroyed? A white woman or a white girl lying and saying a black man violated her, a black boy or a black man violated her. And not only did it cause that black man or black boy to end up getting murdered, but it ended up destroying the town that he lived in. If he had a family, they took his family out, his friends, anything connected to him in some capacity. So when you hear a lot of people look at black men with white women in such disdain, it usually goes back to this situation right here, just in case many of you were not catching on. You can be with whoever you want, but there are so many examples throughout history that shows that this white woman, and I'm not just talking about Carolyn Bryant, I'm just using her as the blueprint, has been known to set off to help destroy black economies, black families, in the black family structure, even down to feminism, aided in that, who was spearheading that. So this is bigger than just Carolyn Bryant. She's just the OG Karen. But there are so many that were before her, and there are so many after her, and there are still more around with her today. I mean, not with her today, but that are still flourishing today. They have that Carolyn Bryant spirit about themselves. So she did leave a legacy, all right. A legacy of lying on black men to get them set up, hemmed up, and killed. So with that, I will say this. I feel absolutely nothing and I forever about this woman.
Right.
I don't know how the Till family, you know, his relatives are feeling about this. Probably, if I was them, I'd probably be throwing a parade. I've already seen some comments of where people said that they need to find out where her funeral is going to be located. I'm not going to say why they said that. Who knows? They might try to cremate her and put her in an urn somewhere. I don't know. They probably going to have it very private because they know people are going to be trying to find it. Because people, they feel like, listen, all these years this woman went unscathed and untouched. Like no one actually put hands on this woman for what she did. Not even Emmitt Till's mother. And I'm sure Emmitt Till's mother wanted to get out of her comfort zone and put hands on this woman back in the day. I know Mammy Till wanted to. It's just unfortunate that this woman, Mammy Till, went to her grave not getting justice for her son. And then she went to her grave before this bitch did.
Right.
So either way, this heifer is gone from this world. I can't wait to see what y'all say down in the comments.
Lord, I'm having a heart attack. Damn, this is some scary shit. Oh, I am scared.
Yes, makes you rest in freaking piss.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, and I hope the spirit of Muhammad Ali is taking his benches up beside her dome.
Right.
Right. Sting like a big combination. I hope the spirit of Huey Newton is stomping on her. I hope the spirit of Malcolm is stomping on her. I hope the spirit of Dr. King is stomping on her.
Right.
I hope. Hold it. You remember Tales from the Hood? Hold it. You remember Tales from the Hood?
Yes.
The shit. Oh, yeah. The shit, the doo-doo. Oh, yeah. Let her get the shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah.
There's a meme floating around about that.
Yeah. And I hope that the spirit of black women who are violated, who were murdered on the plantation system, on the passage, you know what I'm saying, is stomping a mud hole in this raggedy heifer. And by the way, Facebook and YouTube and Silicon Games Valley, this isn't hatred. You know what I'm saying? It really is. Imagine if it was something related to you. Oh, Mr. Philip Scott. I like Mr. Scott. Okay, but there's one thing I must say to Mr. Scott if he hears it. We don't mind Mr. Scott coming on our groups, you know, posting his material. But Mr. Scott, you're going to have to start making some type of donations. Okay? Straight out. It's because we got an SOS out for our platform, and we needed to expand as well, too. So we don't mind you coming on there, Mr. Scott. Okay, but hey, man, every now and then throw us a bone, brother. We'd be happy to have it. We love your material. Just show us the same respect.
Are you sure it's him that's posting it in our groups or somebody else?
Okay, no, him and a couple of others. Yeah, it was him and somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And we don't mind them doing it, okay? Particularly when you marketing stuff, you know, but just throw us a bone. You know what I'm saying? You know, because we're trying to save our shit. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, because we're part of the new black media as well, too.
Yeah, I thought so, too, but then I kind of got checked the last time I called in the Jason Black show. Because they were like, you haven't been vetted yet. We haven't checked you out yet. So
check, well,
at the beginning of the program, you have to be
Well,
vetted.
they haven't
Yeah, you got to be vetted.
vetted how?
Like they gotta check your paperwork. They gotta make sure that you.
Oh no, we got paperwork. We got paperwork. Oh yeah, we got paperwork. We most certainly do.
Here we go.
Yeah, Mike Brown, Sandra Bland.
Well, there's some good news that was released today in the news. And the great news is Carolyn Bryant, the she-devil that lied on Emmitt Till long time ago. She has recently went to meet Satan and burned in the lake of fire and brimstone at the age of 88 years old. She was at hospice care in Westlake, Louisiana. She had cancer. Now, when I think about this particular story and what Emmitt Till went through, are based on her lies. And we see today that the spirit of Carolyn Bryant just still lives on. You see what Michael Irvin's dealing with, even though he didn't do anything. Every time you look up,
right,
you know, you're seeing the same old. Look at what's happening with Jonathan Majors. Same scenario.
Simpson.
Of course, he was in a relationship with that one, but you know, he say he didn't do anything, but you know how it is. If they lay any kind of claim on you, whether you did it, you half did it, or you didn't do it at all, it sticks. Look at Bill Cosby. With that situation with him, Bill Cosby, you know, went to jail. No physical evidence, no anything. And when I look at situations like that, and just historically, and even what happened to our brother Emmitt Till, that's evil. That's extremely evil. But yet these same people still want to come around, same thing, want to get upset if a brother don't want nothing to do with them, or if a brother rejects them, they want to actually attack a brother or pursue brothers that don't want nothing to do with them. You know, I laugh about Umar Johnson. He talked about the Snow Bunny crisis. But do you know more white women come at Umar Johnson because he says he don't want nothing to do with them? I mean, they are the type that if you as a black man tell them, no, I want nothing to do with you, they want to come at you harder. Or if you just stand firm on that, then they're going to try to attack you.
Yep.
But when I think about this particular story, you know, I think about what's right, what's wrong, and why, you know, I think about why is it that this young brother had to go through that? He was lied on. He came down to Monday, Mississippi, originally from Chicago. He was just visiting. He was in a store. This female lied, completely lied on that young boy. The husband and his partner kidnapped Emmitt Till, tortured the young boy, you know, lynched the boy, put a barbed wire around his neck and a heavy metal fan to try to sink the body at the bottom.
Cotton gin wheel.
Of course, we know that eventually the body was found. His mother decided to have an open casket, and a lot of that sparked a lot of the protests and a lot of the movements that came with the civil rights movement at the time. But I sit here and think, just as a black man, how come Emmitt Till had to suffer and this woman got to live to be 88? Sure, her life, I know good well it wasn't the best in the world. I know it wasn't. And I'm pretty sure she had some days of torment. But she got to live till she was 88 years old, whether she had cancer, torment, or whatever. I think about all the suffering of black people after Emmitt Till. You know, I think about people like Sandra Bland. I think about black people like Michael Brown. You know, that Tamir Rice, you know, that he was a young boy just like Emmitt Till was. You know, I think about, you know, Corin Gaines. I think about so many different black people who have suffered at the hands of these people, and they get to live their life. You know what I'm saying? Like for hundreds and hundreds of years, our people have suffered. And our people still try to make a way. Our people never really wanted nothing more than just to be left alone, let us live our life, etc. And yet these people, if you look in 2023, the same spirit as in Carolyn Bryant is the same spirit in the people today. Nothing has changed with these people. They make sure to maintain a demonic system verbatim. And when I have told y'all that the best peace that you can get as a Black person is getting into nations where people look the majority like you, 90%, being in nations that's 90% that look like you, 80% that look like you. I tell Black people, just go go visit wherever. I don't care if you go to the Caribbean, Turks and Caicos, if you go to Barbados, you ain't got to go far if you don't want to go to the continent of Africa, and you will see how peace of mind, because let me tell you something, to be that doggone evil and to maintain that evil. See, it's not that Carolyn Bryant and those in that time period did what they did and these today are so far removed from it. They never did it. They never participated in it. It's in the past. No, the Carolyn Bryant is living today. With her spirit is in them today. They are just on AI with it. They put her spirit all on the apps. Her spirit is still roaming around today, just in modernized clothes. Nothing has changed. And I have came to that conclusion, at least for my personal self, because I know when I speak to the whole, a lot of you don't get it. But you have to learn to remove yourself from that evil, because that evil is so encompassing. And that evil, as I'm doing a lot of research, put a lot of stress on us, destroy our health. Just don't know if we coming or going sometime. Like even we try to get by ourselves, even in America, to mind our business, that same spirit will come around and try to infect what we got going on to get us fighting. That's how demonic it is that spirit is in Carolyn Bryant and her people. They want to keep Black people fighting no matter where we come from. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed when Black people are being by themselves, they're getting along, everything great, and all of a sudden interject Carolyn Bryant and her spirit in the mix, and all of a sudden the Black people fighting? Have you noticed that? I've seen that so many times. So many times. Black folks got our own issues and problems that we need to solve. We don't need our historical and demonic enemy to come in our midst when we need to be healing. Now, the murder of Emmitt Till sparked a movement, just like we seen the things that got sparked when George Floyd. Listen, the same spirit that was in Roy Bryant and J.W. Millam, it was in Derek Chauvin when he did that to George Floyd. These people, I'm telling you, they are the same. I never let them tell me they're not like the same. Why you think what you think they mean when they say, I'm talking about those who are Looney Tunes. They say they want to make America great again. When was it great? You had a few of them slip up and say the 50s. Well, how was Black people in the 50s? Black people were subjugated. Black people was harmed. Churches being bombed. They can display anything they want to you, and that's good for them. Our oppression is their pleasure. Understand? So when you see people like Carolyn Bryant die, it's a beautiful day for us. But I think about all the people that have suffered in our community. And it do get old, folks, because I've been doing this for a long time, and it gets old watching our people suffer like that. Now, some people say, well, you can talk about other things. I'm like, sure I can. And I do talk about other things. I got other channels, other subject matters that don't talk about this sort of stuff. But somebody got to talk about it. Somebody got to bring it up. Mm-hmm. And I know part of my lot in life is to lead my people out of Babylon into lands where they can be at peace. Because what's coming down the pipe and what's even starting to happen now, their comeuppance is happening. And I don't want my people being caught up in the mix. Don't have a love for Babylon unless you take on its judgments. Understand? Because one thing I know, even studying history, nothing lasts always. Their world is coming to an end. Trust me. This is why they fighting so hard. This is why they creating them robot dogs. This is why they creating all this AI to try to be racist against us. This is why they're trying to create robots to do this and all that, because they numbers, because they have a curse that's been put upon their reproduction. That curse didn't come by me. Right. It didn't come by you. It came from the Lord, because only God can curse the womb. I can't. You can't.
Right.
But the womb of the black woman cursed. She's still having children in spite of everything they're trying to do to harm black women. They have admitted that the most dangerous place for a black woman to have a child is in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible. But
man, we've been knowing that for the last 400 years.
And that time, their time is growing short. That's why you see them more desperate.
Data on it,
and they're going to get more and more desperate. They're going to be more and more hateful to people because they.
It's one thing if me, you, and Lady Chase say it. It's a whole other thing when these cockazoids are saying it out their own mouth. Like, yeah, the worst place for a black baby to be is be born is in the hospital in America.
Yeah. And then too,
we'll see. Time is short.
Hold on, I got like 3 more minutes of this video, and then we can.
Oh yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
And just you even talking about reparations and talking about justice.
Okay, great.
Different things that we talk about tortures them because they know they're the only group that owes all that. Nobody else owe it. But Carolyn Bryant and her spirit has to be judged, and it's definitely going to be condemned to the burning pits of hell. And that is the salvation. But in the meantime, we can't move around and go to other nations to even just get some peace. If you want to come back here, it's fine to get some peace. With me personally, I told y'all before, I'm not going to put up with them my whole life. I mean, you want to do that, that's you. But at least get peace from these people, because the more I think about our people and what we're suffering constantly, we need some peace. Now, if you say, well, we can't afford, no. You can afford a whole lot. You just have to appropriate your funds. You have to not be wasting money on things you don't need. Cook at home. Don't be just, you'll spend all your money and then what do you have? Shopping for things that you don't need. Instead of saying, let me apply myself.
Right.
And try other things, at least for my children. Look at the education system. Horrible. Your children can't even sit in school without one of their children running up in there and shooting up the place. What kind of really relaxing thing that could be for a parent? You sitting there at work, you never know. You may get a phone call that's one of their kids that came and added the place out. You know what I'm saying? We got to have some peace as black people, and we going to get it. We going to get it. I know my messages, I always tell people, not for everybody. I get it. Not all of you can receive what I say when I talk that way. And I get it. I used to get mad about some things with that, but I get it. It's just not for everybody. For those of you who have an ear to hear, and if you want to hunker down in Babylon, and that's on you. Only thing I will say is don't call us when we got a way to move around. Don't call and say, hey, could you help us? Like we told you behind a long time ago, and you played around, you listen to other people tell you to play around. Don't listen to people who got means to leave and telling you to stay. Oh, don't do that. I always tell you that. Get your act together, because the people like Carolyn Bryant, it's a sin of shame she got to live to be 88. In a perfect world, what I'm saying, she would have not even seen 6 months after that child.
Right.
Them dudes that did it got to be let go because of all white, all male jury say, oh, they didn't do nothing wrong. And then later when they couldn't get convicted of it, they admitted, yeah, we did it. That's what I'm saying? Yes. So for me, even though this is a happy day, for me, I just think about she's just one of many. How many more black people have suffered like that we don't know about? There's been many Carolyn Bryants out there, and they roaming around. They're probably in your town right now.
He's right.
Yeah, he is right.
Yeah, he's right about that. You know, and what they're trying to do is, like I said, once again, Hollywood gaslight us, with prepackaged bullshit. And like I said, need everybody to check that video out that I did there last summer in Hollywood, on Hollywood. And remember, folks, is that Hollywood is a section of the city of Los Angeles. And as Mr. Scott just said right there, is that it is, I'm paraphrasing about it is the ethos of this United States and all of Eurocentric culture. The ethos, which is a group psychology or a group feel of a particular nation, group, neighborhood, what have you, is that we as black men are to be killed. By this lying, stinking ass Carolyn Bryant. They say, you go through that situation, Brother Che. I'm sure Mr. Scott has been through it. I've been through it. Our loved ones has been through it. Now, here's one for you. I'm walking down the street one night. Karen comes up to me. Oh, man, I locked my keys in the house. Could you hop the fence and go in the window?
Oh, no.
Hop the fence, go in the window. And that there would have been a classic case scenario for any law enforcement agency to come up there and put two bullets in my head saying that I'm trying to do something to this woman or I'm doing a burglary or what have you. And the cold part about it is that the juries, judges, the judicial system of Los Angeles County would have went ahead with that bullshit. You see what I mean? Me and Mad Dr. D, may he rest in power. We have had conversations, about that type of, this Karen is, as I'm gonna start calling it, the Karen Bryant syndrome is what they need to call it. So just like that woman up there in New York City, called the police. Yeah. Okay, just like that woman in New York City who had the dog and her brother was sitting there, you know what I'm saying, in the park bench, minding his own business. And then here comes Karen with the dog. Oh, this black man, this black man, this, that, there, the other. Unfortunately, that brother did put all that there on film, and it probably saved his life. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but after he got on that, she didn't know what she was doing. Oh, I forgive her. We got to get off of that shit, black people.
No. Exactly.
Stop.
Exactly.
That.
No, see, there's a time and a place where forgiveness is not allowed.
And this is it.
This is definitely a classic. This is the Class A case of it right there.
Right.
Another Class A case is that the panties of Florida, talking about all this make whites feel uncomfortable. And my condolences to the loved ones of the brother that I posted up there on the picture, who was burned, lynched and burned. Okay, and they censored it. You know what I'm saying? And I put up there, not being funny. Do you think that brother was uncomfortable?
Right.
The panties is talking about, make whites feel uncomfortable. Imagine how uncomfortable that brother was. Imagine how uncomfortable Emmitt Till was. Imagine how uncomfortable Mike Brown was. Imagine how uncomfortable Trayvon Martin was. Imagine how uncomfortable Sandra Bland was. I can go on and on and on. Breonna Taylor, what have you. Imagine how uncomfortable our ancestors were as they made the passage. Imagine how uncomfortable Sin Q was when he decided, you know what, I ain't taking this crap no more. I'm busting about these chains. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the Yasa bosses, you know the coons. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to say no names. Talking about that, we got to forgive them and all this type of shit. No, man. Where do you draw the fucking line, man? You see what I'm saying? Where do you draw the line? Oh, no, well, the best thing to do is not talk about it. No, that's bullshit. it is the best thing to do is talk about it. See, as our people know, I've been behind enemy lines out here in these western states. Okay, I've seen their ethos. I've seen their attitude. I've seen them when they're with their open camera. I see them when they're just looking for an excuse, to put one in a brother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You think they got all them guns and stuff? Oh,
yeah. And then not to mention the fact, why do you think J. Edgar Hoover had pushed for the disarmament of the Deacons of Defense and the Black Panther Party?
Because they don't want us
Hoover
to
declared them public.
They don't want
that's what it is, Brother Chad. They don't want black men.
Right.
Yeah.
And when they're talking about
they don't want black men.
They're talking about the good old days, the Jim Crow days.
Yeah.
They could do whatever to us and there would be no consequences. And them days are long over.
Exactly. You see, so what I say to the generations after me, lock and load, protect yourself.
Well,
study martial arts.
We were watching
something
early on our RBA, and one of the one of the brothers, what was the brother's name?
Bishop.
One of the bishops was like at the end of his speech, because he got cut off and immediate removed. But he said, "Yeah, we need to be training our Iman. Yeah, we need to be training our children how to shoot guns, how to arm and protect themselves."
Young men like 12 years and up.
Yeah, young men like 12 years and up. And thank you for joining us, Lady Che. Lady Che has made her presence known.
Oh yeah. Sorry, thank you. You go ahead.
Hey,
Brother Shabaka.
Man, how you doing?
I'm all right.
That's good. How are you feeling?
Just I'm feeling okay. I'm like kind of tired, but I'm all right. I did like a 4-hour show earlier today, and I covered up.
Oh, okay. You're exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're exhausted.
That's it with my baby brother in the other room, and news. Listening to the show. I was listening to the show in there. I'm getting out most of the tangibles and like a few of the topics. So yeah, I was pretty exciting. But what he was talking about was we were covering that. I was trying to cover that Justin Jones. I think he's like very performative. So I was covering that, and they brought in baby casket, the bishops and them. But they're out there singing and humming and doing a lot. And the bishop, I forgot what his name is, a brother, he had a whole bunch of clergy up there, different religions and whatnot, talking about solidarity and whatnot. I kept skipping through all that. And then when the imam got up there, and was like, it was really brief because he was like, I think that we should, train our young boys, our young black brothers, 12 years and older, how to, have gun safety training and whatnot. And the bishop was like,
absolutely.
He's like, I didn't bring you up here. We invited you, but we bring you up here for all that. You go ahead and step back. And then
you see, that's that syndrome that Samuel L. Jackson showed off in that movie Django.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? That is a syndrome.
Because I was like, why did they come off the stage?
Yeah, I was like, what did he do wrong? And we played it back like 2 times to make sure we heard it right. And he didn't say nothing wrong. He did the correct thing. The young men need to know how to handle a weapon and, the proper safety precautions so they can protect their family. They're not out there willy-nilly just shooting.
Right, exactly.
They have more responsibility.
And then have his children be able to do the same thing to protect themselves in case he goes down.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? And the same thing, that his wife, the kid's mama, should know. Okay, just like what Robert Williams did with the Deacons of Defense. You see what I'm saying? Just like, with New Era Chicago, New Era Detroit is doing. Just like, what our crew down there in the Carolinas is doing. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Lock and load. Most definitely know how to break it down.
Right. So they don't want us to preserve a future for our black people. Like these white supremacists,
Yes, sir.
preserve a future for white people and white babies. But when we have the same ideology toward our own people and the preservation of our people, that's a problem.
Yes.
That's something that has.
Oh no. Well, what that is? Okay, what that is, sir, is the American ethos when it comes in regard to black men. And of course, we do know what the ethos is a group psychology or a group opinion, just like what Philip Scott was saying right there, with this Karen syndrome.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, we're going to start calling
that's what it is.
Carolyn syndrome. This Carolyn.
Thank you. Yeah, the Carolyn syndrome. You see what I mean? And then on top of that, and may that stinking bitch rot in hell, and may every demon fuck her in her ass, stomp her. There's no wrong that could happen to that individual spirit for perpetuating such a lie. You see, I mean, we wouldn't even do nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't even do that. And you got some powerful sisters out here that does carry the spirit of the abuse in their bloodline as well too.
How old was she when she committed this atrocity?
Okay, all right. Well, she was 88, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 70 years. Okay, so she was 88, and this chick had to be in her late teens, early 20s.
Yeah, I think she was in her early 20s.
Yeah. And let's do some math. Okay, so this is 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this heifer was in
2023.
Yeah. So she was 23 years old at the time that she perpetuated this lie.
And she was not attractive. You know what I mean? She was not attractive to make these kind of accusations.
And from what I've heard recently is she was real flirtatious. When she worked at that store, she flirted with every man, no matter what color they were, that went into that store.
Okay, so once again, as I stated before, on Shabaka's Black Experience in hand, and I will say it again here too. Okay, a loved one of mine, she is with the ancestors now. We had this conversation, and what it is that she says is that the white woman used to rape the black man, and it took me years to figure it out. And when the white woman would say to the black man, well, if you don't fuck me, I'm going to tell the master that you raped me. Okay, so this is extortion. Now, the former heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali, had brought this here to the public's eye when Ken Norton made a movie called Mandingo, where he was a slave. And there's a scene in that movie of where he is standing there on the auction block, and this Karen or this Carolyn goes up there and grabs the man by his private parts. Okay. And Ali had went off on that, and I think this is when Ali was making a film about his life story in 1976. And he said, "You will never see me do no shit like that."
Right.
He said that he didn't say it that way, but that there was essentially the point. Okay. Just like I had stated here, about an hour and a half ago, I'm walking down the street at night. This Karen comes up to me. "Oh, well, I'm locked out my house. Could you hop the fence and go open the window?"
Yeah.
No. That was a setup for real. Who knows? Now, keep in mind, okay, and this is why I really would like to have a psychologist with us, one of the doctors, okay, is that this is a psychological thing, okay, and the psychological trip is that this Karenism is a syndrome, and the Karen person, in my opinion, is probably getting sexual gratification. Yeah.
they did.
Watching a brother be
That's
tortured.
why
I'm
Buck
talking about.
is a must see.
Yeah. All that.
Breaking. There's but it's specifically on this subject that you just were bringing up, Shabaka. Buck Breaking touches on all of this, so make sure y'all get that at FBAstream.com. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed for that. But we haven't heard from Lady Che at all.
You said it was an awesome film.
Yeah, and I recommend it to any black person in the sound of my voice. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this witch finally kicking the damn bucket?
Like I said earlier, I believe that broad needs to rest heavily in a fucking river of piss, and I hope that she's surrounded by nothing but, black people in hell that are in hell. I hope that she's getting tortured. I pray that she has to be haunted by the poor little spirit of Emmitt.
Right.
We haunting her for every day on repeat. That she doesn't, that she's just living an immense amount, whatever hell is, that it's times like 150 trillion universal fucking punishments. She's been whipped and lived every other eye blink. You know what I mean? The same torturous atrocity that she endowed with, she gave that young man. I pray that her level of hell is so horrible, that generations and generations and generations are gonna feel it. I feel like that.
Oh yes, ma'am.
This lady has started not just, I mean, it was already happening, but this lady just added 70 years of extra trauma, and I didn't feel satisfied when she died. I felt like that was the easy way, when they found the warrant, I was praying that somebody went into a nursing home and drug her ass out all filthy and threw her in a van and and handled up,
No. I agree with you on that there, Lady Che. Totally. They should have went up there, grabbed her ass up out of there in cold thunder and rain and throw her ass up there up under the freeway.
Well,
like really did her dirty.
Or I know something even better. Take her out there with the Unhoused and leave her out there in the middle of December and January in Denver.
Yeah, nobody wanted to give her that justice. And then it was like when they finally had a chance to get her there, white supremacy, didn't want to punish her because of her age and whatever the fuck. And I'm like,
oh, she has a family.
She has a family.
Oh, but y'all didn't give a damn about Emmitt Till having a family.
You didn't give a damn about nobody
that
this kind of shit happens to, and
right. Or not cutting you off. Or any of the families of those brothers who they used to go out there and pick a nigga with and barbecue.
Right. You had no
not only a material.
But
what about George Stinney? What about George Stinney? What about the Scotts Barrels boys? You see, not cutting nobody off. But go ahead, Lady Che. I'm just so pissed off with that.
This shit is
just
really
don't know what to do. But please continue.
It's like so unsatisfying and yet so angering at the same time. I thought when they found that warrant, all of a sudden, decades later, I was like, that was little Emmitt's spirit calling out, like, it's right here. Find it. Help me. I need peace,
Right.
And they still couldn't do the right thing.
They kept moving her around.
And then when they finally got her in the courthouse, they just slid that shit under the rug, let this bitch go free. You know what I mean? You had the Panthers at the door. You know what I mean? It could have been like, it was really ugly. It was like the family.
Yeah, that was pull-ups. That was last summer and the summer before last.
Yeah, the family had a moment. They were like, every black person will be looking for you. And then they gave up like 1 week or 2 weeks later. It's like, come on, man. Like,
no, they kept moving her around.
Yeah, they kept moving her around with the family who had that such a empowering speech. And then after that, It was just terrible. I felt like justice could have been served, and then we just allowed her to get away with the bullshit again, and now she died on her own accord. It's just so unsatisfying,
Now, she died from cancer. She died a painful death, and rightfully so. She needed to go out in pain. That's the best way for her to go out because
people go on hospice.
She was in hospice.
Yeah, hospice on meds. She went out comfortable.
Not comfortable. She had cancer.
Well, what they should have did,
she had
what they should have did was took her raggedy ass. Yeah, they should have took her raggedy ass out there 10 years ago, thrown that raggedy man, thrown her up under a freeway embankment in snow, winter, with no clothes, no drawers.
What really bothered me is that how many black people came in contact with this broad in the whole fucking 70 years and nobody just handled up. You know what I mean? Like, that's what bothers me the most.
But you see, but on that there though, you have to understand on that there, Lady Che, is that woman was protected.
Exactly, that part.
Yeah.
That part, she was protected. Okay, so therefore, with her being protected, and once again, I'm going to fault Barack Obama on this because he was the president of the United States.
Yep.
He could have signed any executive order. He could have went there and ordered the feds, hey, check this out, man. You get your ass down there and make sure that bra come up missing. That's all. Look what the feds did. Fred Hampton. After all, look what the feds did to Corinne Gaines. After all, look what the feds did to the other sister down there, Sandra Bland.
Yeah, that was all under all Sambo. But this is why we stress we got to have our own people in these seats. Like, we got to have people that have the same black experience as us.
And the B1 agenda.
They're not going to have our best interests in mind because they don't have the same experiences as us. They don't have that generational trauma being passed down generation to generation. This is why.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
That's why it's so serious.
Absolutely.
Delineate.
And
delineate.
Yeah, and it's very.
And make it be known, like, look, we can't keep falling for this stuff. Like, we're literally being erased. Like, they always talk about erasing of other groups. We are being erased. Our history's being erased. Our history's being
accomplishments is erased.
Erased.
Then on top of it too, Brother Che, not cutting you off, it is the erasure of the black male they want. Keep in mind, white America loves the black female. For the Good Friday reason, you know what I mean? But the black male, they want to erase. Okay? They want to erase. And as Brother Malcolm had stated in his many speeches, the mother is the first teacher of the child. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So they want the black male erased is because they don't want the black male to procreate. They don't want the militancy to procreate. They don't want the natural anger of manhood to procreate within us. They want us effeminized. They want us, they want us diluted is what they want.
Yeah. That's exactly
what I mean. Okay. And Brother Malcolm
we've been fighting racism, white supremacy for centuries.
Yeah.
They don't want that to be passed on. They want to nip that in, and they figure they could do it in the hospital, on the delivery table.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Planned Parenthood, that's the majority.
That Carolyn Bryant's first cousin, probably who she was. What's her name? Margaret Sanger.
Yes, Hillary Clinton's idol.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then keep in mind that there was photographs of Hillary Clinton standing with the Confederate flag. And keep in mind that Hillary Clinton was also the first lady of Arkansas when Slick was the governor of Arkansas. And Slick also, too, Slick Willie, that is, he was also the attorney general of the state of Arkansas before he became governor. Okay? Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, when 92 had went down, you know, the rebellion that is referred to as, okay, it brought all that there to a head. But what had happened was through systemic forces of mass incarceration, as what Gary Smalls had said, is that his name, Brother Che? Gary Smalls?
Gary
we mentioned Operation Gary Webb, okay? And Mr. Webb had stated that he's been shot at twice, and he came up dead, okay? And he came up dead, okay? So therefore, Karen Bass, you're welcome to call into Shabaka's Black Experience at Hand. And also, I am putting that out there on social media right now. Blog Talk, you're getting ready to hear from me, because from what I understand is that you are charging people on their cell phones to call into our platform. Okay, we're going to try to get your ass to court on that right there. It's because anytime that I sit up here and I look at all this garbage and this bullshit that you put on my phone that I pay for, and I pay a bill every month, and you all put this advertisement stuff up here with this garbage. Okay, no. How dare you, Blog Talk Radio, sit up there and that you're gonna charge our callers to call into our platform? And I'm gonna try to do my damnedest for the rest of my days to get your ass to call this court of false advertisement. That's what I'm going at.
Yeah.
How dare you do that, Blog Talk Radio? You know what I'm saying? But you don't do that there, and I bet you dollars to donuts you ain't gonna do that there to the Carolyn Bryant supporter show.
Pay for it. It's like paid.
I know you ain't. No, Lady Che, that's exactly what it is.
Exactly what it is. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And I'm going to try to figure out some way, and when I find some time, Brother Che, and I'm stating this here on air, is that I got to put together, or we got to put together a legalese document, you know, to haul ass within a court. Now, Blog Talk is headquartered down there, believe it or not, in Texas. They were in New York, but they moved to Texas. Okay. And then I got to pull up all the emails and receipts and stuff like that. And then you're going to sit up there and allow garbage to come on there. And I bet you ain't charging them people with them conservative Trumpite shows. You see what I mean? See, that's insanity. And that's gouging the public. You see? And then where are our residuals for the 7 years we've been on it? Because you had commercials on our platform. You know, so where's our pay for that?
Right.
So I'm putting it out there, Blog Talk. So I got a whole lot of work to do on that there, Brother Che. You know, that missionary is going to take every bit of 30 days, man. 30 days. Okay, at a minimum. But also, too, reparations, yeah, we all for it. State of California, yeah, you owe it. Whole United States of America, yeah, you owe it. Because look at all the other cases of Emmitt Till that went on before. Look at the Atlanta child murders when y'all falsely accused Wayne Williams, Fulton County, Georgia.
Shabaka.
Georgia.
Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be in waves. So the first wave is chattel slavery. The next wave is Jim Crow. The next wave is mass incarceration, redlining, you name it. But the first things first, they got to pay us for chattel slavery, which we haven't been out of longer than we were in it.
Right.
And we have yet to be compensated for that. And that is what generated majority, if not all, of this country's wealth at that time.
You're right. You're right, Brother Che. And just off the law of economics, okay, is that the money that was made off the slave market itself. Okay.
That's right.
The money that was made off the agricultural production of the slave, okay, generated revenue. The slave trader violating our young black women, on Black Friday, benefited the slave trade. Plus, these young girls were the victims of institutionalized rape, and I'm quite sure that it got very, very physical. Thomas Jefferson, I hope that you're getting pissed on like the spirit of Carolyn Bryant, is because you were a raping slave trade pedophile. And then the cold part about it is they tried to sit up there and normalize this bullshit, to normalize this horror, to normalize this heredity. You see what I'm saying? And you sit up there and wonder why we don't love you. You sit up there and wonder, calling to our platforms and disrespect us of why we hang up on them. And then brain dead ass Negroes like Keontae. I don't hate that brother. I feel sorry for him.
Right.
Right.
I feel sorry for those like that. Now, on the flip side of it, I feel a little hostility toward them. Okay, it's because what you're doing is, with that mindset, you're jeopardizing my personal safety and of my love, rather directly or indirectly.
Right. But okay, I gotta move us on, or we're just gonna be here all night.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, because we're going on 3 hours now.
Yeah. So, Lady
so
K,
far the phone ain't heating up.
That's
the
great.
phone ain't heating up.
I'm happy to hear. Lady K, was that it for your thoughts on Carolyn Bryant?
Yep, that bitch could die. I mean, she could always just sleep in a whole pile of shit, rest or not rest. Actually, stay awake and piss. Stay awake and piss all night, forever and ever. Don't go to sleep, stay awake in it. A whole fucking river of piss and shit. You know what I mean? And I hope it like my son. It's baking in it, so raggedy ass old
and then
murderous mother.
Yeah, and then what they need to do is that they need to take her remains and throw it in the sewer.
Well, they're being real hush. We don't even know if she's gonna be cremated. We don't know where she's gonna be buried, but we're gonna find out.
Too, like they did do it to
yeah, like they've been doing.
They got to do a public record on it. Yeah, they got to do a public record on it.
Every year they shoot Emmitt Till's headstone, the white supremacists.
Every
year they shoot Fred Hampton Jr. headstone.
I pray we find out what it is and everybody go in there.
Okay, and then find out where they're gonna plant this stinking ass heifer. You see what I'm saying? And make it a point to return the favor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what they're worried about. That's why they're being real hush hush.
Somebody's gonna find it.
Okay, well, you see. Well, see, that's just right there. You see, now where's the Warlocks? Where's the Uncle Tim Scott? Where's the Hershey bars?
They just gonna total line, Shabaka. That's why I don't belong to. I would never belong to any other parties because you just.
Oh, wait a minute, and then also too, we got to say this here too. How does the Madam Vice President feel about that?
She ain't gonna say nothing either. Like I said, they should just gonna toe the line. The Democrats don't give a damn, and neither do the Republicans. Republicans.
Okay, now the reptilians. Now here's one thing I'll say about the reptilians and the dump crew. They state how they honestly feel.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Okay, now with you stating how you honestly feel, I'm more comfortable around you because I know I might have to do something to you to protect myself.
Yeah.
But these Karens, hold it, with these Karens, with these hiding Bidens and old Clinton boy down there with the federal crime bills and all that. No, you motherfuckers are scary.
Mm-hmm.
Very scary.
Yep.
I mean, Just like what Mr. Sims said in Tales from the Hood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you all got the shit.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Clarence
you all got the shit.
the third. Yep. May he rest in power.
Yeah.
I hope he's torturing that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Another thing about Clarence Williams III, do you know that who he was married to?
No.
Who his wife was, and she was a great actress as well, too.
No, who?
Gloria Foster.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Gloria Foster, yeah, because she came around in Belafonte's time and Sidney's time, doing stage acting work there in New York. Same thing with Moses Gunn and Moses Gunn. If everybody saw the motion picture Shaft, he was Bumpy Jonas. And of course, he was patternized after Bumpy Johnston.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's dead. And I'm quite sure that Mr. Gunn was out there doing a lot of activism as well, too, because at that time, from what I understand, and speaking if I got the history right, besides Belafonte, Portier, Lena Horne, even Joe Louis had did some activism with the case of Isaac Woodard. Now, of course, you know Isaac Woodard was a World War II soldier. Okay, he was coming back. He got discharged from Fort Banning, Georgia. He was going through Carolinas to go home, be with his wife. Him and a Greyhound bus driver got into a dispute because he had wanted to take a piss, you see, which is only human, right? So what had happened was, out on the bus, the white bus driver for Greyhound got in touch with the sheriff at the next town, and the sheriff pulled that man off and hit that man in both eyes with the butt end of his nightstick and blinded him. And this man was a World War II veteran. Then, of course, a lot of black veterans who came back to the U.S. from the First World War were executed. You see what I mean?
You know, I don't want to talk about that shit. They want us to think, you know, that was just so long ago, or that never happened. We should just and get over it.
Right.
How are you getting over it? It's still going on. You still haven't compensated for any of it, but you want us to just suffer fully, like the X-Man said. But I got to move us to the next topic, Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
All night. It's already. Here.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah, so we said rest in peace to Jerry Springer, only for the reason that he exposed all the trash in American society.
That he did.
For those that don't know, the former mayor Cincinnati turned TV talk show host Jerry Springer just passed away this week as well. And he died, I believe, from pancreatic cancer. So I'm going to play a video about him, and then we'll discuss further.
We're all the same. Some of us just dress better. So it's not like I'm better than the people on the show. This is a ride, and we're all incredibly lucky.
Jerry Springer has died. He was 79 years old. A family spokesperson says Jerry died in his Chicago area home after battling a brief illness.
I've always defended the show because they may do things that are inappropriate or wrong, or they may be poor, maybe uneducated. They're not trash, they're human beings. Let's not be too quick to judge.
Jerry hosted his hit syndicated talk show, The Jerry Springer Show, for 27 years, known for its outrageous guests. And audience chants. But before he was a TV icon, Jerry was a politician, running a failed campaign for U.S. Congress in 1970.
I was very active in the anti-war movement, and that was my passion. Right out of law school, I went to work for Bobby Kennedy. I decided to run for the United States Congress as an anti-war candidate. The day before, were the shootings at Kent State in Ohio. The
Oh
outrage
yeah, I
of that
remember that.
resulted in me winning the Democratic primary.
He was elected to Cincinnati's City Council in 1971 and became their mayor in 1977, serving one term.
When that term ended, NBC had come to me and they said, why don't you anchor our news in Cincinnati?
The Jerry Springer Show debuted in 1991 and originally focused on political issues.
The NBC affiliate there. They owned Phil Donahue, Sally Jesse Raphael. And one day the CEO took me out to lunch and said that we're going to start another talk show and you're going to host it. It wasn't anything I ever aspired to. It wasn't anything I know anything about. I was assigned to host the show and the show suddenly took off and here I am.
The show aired its final episode in 2018.
When I signed, it was a side job. I just signed for 6 weeks. So there was no expectation, but it just keeps lasting. It's fun to do. I enjoy it. It's a circus. It's an escape.
His courtroom show, Judge Jerry, ran for 3 seasons.
Next time that happens, call him an Uber.
And his last TV appearance was on The Masked Singer in 2022, where he performed as the Beatle and sang a Frank Sinatra classic.
Just thinking of you and the way you look tonight.
Jerry is survived by his daughter Katie and sister Evelyn.
I didn't grow up wanting to be an entertainer. So I'm lucky because the truth is anybody can be a talk show host. You do 3 things to be a talk show host. You have to be able to say, you did what? Come on out. We'll be right back. If you can do those 3 lines, you've got a career. I know what I'm going to put on my tombstone. I won't be right back.
Jerry Springer.
Yep.
We had an outfit change.
Outfit change, yeah. I had to get.
Okay, Jerry Springer. I remember watching many of his shows in the 1990s. In fact, me and Mad Dr. D used to sit up there and watch it, and we used to have a ball.
I bet you Mad Dr. D. I know y'all got it.
And keep in mind that they had interviewed Jerry Springer, and let me see, okay, I think this is about 95, 96. And they said, well, where's the main place where you get the majority of your audience from? And I give you one guess where he got the majority of his audience from.
L.A.
You know it. Yep. And then Steve, the bodyguard Steve, who has his own show, Steve Philcos now.
Yeah, that
he was one of Jerry. Yeah. Chicago police officer. He's a big dude, and he had security on there. And then I remember on quite a few of Jerry's shows, there was this one episode of where his brother was there with this woman, and it was quite obvious when I'm about to tell you that he never been with this woman, but he was so much in love with her and all this old type of stuff. To find out it was a him.
Yeah, it was a man.
So
Jerry Springer.
Yeah, so he went up there.
That shit. Like, I think the first time I ever heard of a trans any fucking thing was on Jerry fucking Springer. I mean,
yes, sir.
grew up on Jerry Springer. When Jerry Springer came out, I was a kid. I was like, 91.
I was your age.
4. So from like age
I was 32
4
in 91.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I was 32, and then and what would happen is that I remember one episode where there was another talk show called Jenny. Wait a minute.
Jenny
she had
Jones.
Sidekicks. Exactly. And and you know why her show got canceled, right? Plus they got sued. You know why, don't you?
Why? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm about to tell you. Okay. And once again, we tell these trans people, go get you some. All right, there was this dude that comes on there, and Jenny Jones says, yeah, man, somebody's got a crush on you. They've been checking you out, this, that, there, the other, blah, blah, blah. So the man comes out, and he's all happy to meet, you know, the person that has a crush on him. Keep in mind, I said the person, not the woman. It's a dude that comes out, and this man was so appalled and was so humiliated and was so embarrassed is that he found out where this fool was, and he went and shot and killed him.
Yeah, that's
okay. And they gave Jenny Jones the axe, and they sued the shit out of her, and rightfully so. You see, you know, for all you alphabetized individuals, okay, what you're doing is a thing called deceit. And over the course of my lifetime, it's a setup. And then on top of it, when a person sits up and tells you that, hey, we don't want to be bothered with this bullshit, then you press the issue. Now you just trespass against on the heterosexual side. Okay? Just like you and I discussed this here too, Brother Che, on our previous shows a couple of years ago, where the police chief of Dallas, who was a black woman, who stated, well, there's a high case of the murders of transgenders in Dallas. Here's my scenario. My scenario is that these transgenders go out after heterosexual men, okay, probably take advantage of them, have them under the influence or something like that. And then when dude goes up there to grab a field, he's reaching, grabbing something bigger than his. So quite naturally, of course, he is going to be upset with it. So quite naturally, of course, this could go homicidal. So quite naturally, of course, he was set up in a any damn thing. That man was a victim of deceit and lies. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
just like the trans terrorists.
They got that term, and they call it sex work now. They call them sex workers. But in prostitution, they got that term, turning tricks. So these mothers is getting turned out, and they think they're getting something that they're not getting, but they're under the deception that they're getting something that they was gonna get, and they end up getting something that they wasn't expecting to get. And then what kills me about this shit is they're always talking about all these murders of these transgender people, but they never talk about who's killing them.
Exactly. And then keep in mind that there's what they would call a legal term. I'm sure that you are familiar with, Brother Che, fraud in the inducement.
Yeah, but not to cut you off, Shabak. I got another video I was gonna play, and then we gotta move to the next topic.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Okay. Jerry Springer again.
Yeah, it was some of the outrageous moments.
Oh yeah, he had some knockdown blackouts.
Yeah, so Jerry Springer exposed a lot of shit that a lot of people didn't want to know existed in America, or just kept turning a blind eye to. So this is some of the outrageous moments throughout the 27 years of it was on air.
Right.
Jerry Springer was best known for his controversial talk show that he hosted from 1991 to 2018.
Here's what I'm worried about, that one day this show will be put in a time capsule.
The show was full of outrageous moments and guests, like this man who lived in a box.
I'm going to sit here on this stage until you can convince her to come back to me and take me back.
The show was also notorious for its on-stage fights and wacky storylines.
What do you mean get married? You have a girlfriend?
I have a fiance.
The show ran more than 4,000 episodes, with its live audience playing a big part in its popularity.
Hi, Jerry. My question is for Pee Wee Herman with the black bow tie. Do any of you women have any self-respect at all?
Did you get dressed in the dark? Because I'm pretty sure that shirt's supposed to go the other way around.
used to be off the freaking chain.
Yeah,
My favorite fight
man,
was when the KKK tried to come up on the stage. They got
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah, and they got stomped. Yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely. And then too. And I'll never forget where these two women got into a fight on the show over this man. And what had happened was one chick is gonna step to the other one, and that other chick caught her with a picture perfect right cross and knocked her glasses off halfway into the audience. I mean, it was picture perfect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was picture perfect. And then of course when the Klan got stomped, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was my favorite one. Glad get the stomp.
Oh yeah.
And then remember that white supremacist that tried to fight Jerry on stage because he was raising his daughters to be racist white supremacists too. And Jerry was you know, you should be ashamed of yourself. It's bad enough that you're like this, but now you're teaching your kids to be like this too. And he was trying. He was like the first Holocaust denier, and Jerry was like, "You need to shut your freaking mouth." And they were about to fight on stage, and Steve and all them jumped in the way to keep Jerry from fighting.
Oh yeah, well that's what he had Steve there for. Because Steve was a big dude. Okay, and then also too, Geraldo Rivera. Not taking away from Jerry Springer, but this is still along, the line of Jerry Springer. Geraldo Rivera was a talk show host as well, too, although he went to Fox.
Yeah.
And he had hosted a show, and he had Roy Ennis on there, who was the chairman of the Congress of Racial Equality, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, he had his white supremacist come up there. And the white supremacist had referred to Mr. Ennis as an Uncle Tom. And Mr. Ennis said, "Man, who you calling a Tom?" And he went up there, and Mr. Ennis went on there and grabbed her, man. And the whole stage went into a melee. The whole audience did. Somebody threw a chair and hit Ronaldo.
Oh, yeah.
Geraldo in the nose. That's why you saw him wearing that face mask and what have you. Oh, yeah. He was fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but the thing is about Springer, I would say, is that his show was entertaining. Hell, I even considered going on the damn show. You know what I'm saying?
It was American style TV. A whole hour of this shit.
Oh, yeah. And he would fly you out there. You know what I'm saying?
We used to ditch classes to go home or go to somebody's crib and watch some damn Jerry Springer. It became a staple in just about every American home at that time. Like everybody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Stopped everything they were doing.
He came on at late night.
Hour and watch that shit. Yeah, he used to come on at night and they started coming on during the day.
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, and Jerry Springer was he became big time after Phil Donahue was on his way out. Because when Springer came in, Phil Donahue was on his way out because Phil Donahue had been on air like about 27, of at least 20 years at the time.
Yeah.
And the thing is, not taking nothing away from Springer, but still talking about controversial television, I'm going to call it as a whole.
Yeah.
Because Phil Donahue had everybody on his show, but Phil Donahue didn't have no fights on his show.
No.
And I recall when Khalid Mohammed had went on Phil Donahue's show, and I did put the clip up on my wall recently, is where Khalid had said they would always give you some fuck dancing, half fake, half prize, brainwash ass nigga. And Donahue had asked Dr. Khalid this, and do you feel that Jesse Jackson is a half baked, half this, brainwashed Negro? And Dr. Khalid said to his very best ability, to the utmost of his ability. And Donahue had Sister Soldier on there, and I think that was one of his last shows, where Sister Soldier came down on Cornel West. She came down on Tony Brown, and where she had came down on the educational system as a whole, because you could tell that Sister Soldier was an educated woman. You see what I'm saying? Very much so. She sounded just like a college professor. And I put the clip up on my wall, and I do know that she was doing a book signing in Panthertown one time, and I was trying to get to her when we had first started Shabaka's Black Experience in the Hand, you know, because I'd wanted to invite her on the show. But however, those Sister Soldier, if you do have an open invitation for our platform, ma'am, you know, you can get in touch with us on social media. You can get in touch with us on Stinky Bird with the Twitter handle Shabaka capital EXP. You see, so, and then Jerry Springer did speak about a lot of contemporary issues that was going on.
Yeah.
And I do know that he did speak about the rebellion in 1990, 31 years ago today. All right, it's because you had the trial of the cops that beat Rodney King. Then you had the trial of the cops of the brothers that they called the LA4 that beat Reginald Denny out there on the corner of Florence and Norman. And one of them dudes got hit with 10 bullets. Another one that got hit with 5. And I think the other ones, you know, that they got anywhere from 2 years all the way down to time served, you see. And there was a big movement about Free the LA4, in which they were called. If you could Google them there, Brotha Che. And if they're not there, then that goes to show you that Google is very, very selective with its artificial intelligence. You see what I mean? And Jerry Springer, you know, that dude was the talk show host. He was entertaining. He did bring and expose a lot of trash of white America, which he did. He did bring to the mainstream attention bigotry of hatred, you know, as well too. And then he did bring the blueprint of this transgender shit that you got going on to this day. Because keep in mind, people, is that Hollywood, social media, see, they got all this shit up on the drawing board for 25, 30 years from now.
Yeah.
So all this garbage that we're seeing with this bullshit, you know, is that they had put up on the drawing board in the late 1980s, in the mid 1990s, and then in 1994 when it came out with .com. Okay, you see, then they started that Silicon Valley started booming from there. They say they started booming, and then then the tech giants came on.
Right, Shabaka.
Zuckerberg, yes.
I gotta close out the screen and come back in because the computer started and it won't let me load up the next videos or shows, subjects.
Because we shadow banned, man. This is the shit that I'm talking about. They probably got some motherfucker sitting up there right now, man, throwing monkey wrenches in all our works.
Yeah, well, that's a given, but that's not it. It's the computer. So I got to close out this browser and open it back up. So just continue
you gotta
about the rebellion, and I'll come right back.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Okay, so what had happened was it started on a Wednesday. I remember that, okay? No justice, no peace. People got in front of Lapdog headquarters from the hood, from the valley, from the west side, you know, San Bernardino County, and what have you. Everybody got their chant, no justice, no peace. And this is April 29th, 1992. But the real damage came April the 30th. Now, what had happened is in the nighttime hours, between the 29th going into the 30th, okay, people were calling all over Los Angeles, well, you got this, you got looting going on. And the first time in history, to the best of my knowledge, the Los Angeles Police Department states to the general public, we're not in service. Yeah, they stated that we're not in service. So then the very next day, April the 30th, Los Angeles looked like Beirut. Mushrooms coming up everywhere, all the way from downtown, all the way out there to Venice Beach, all the way from Hollywood, clear out there to Inglewood and LAX, what have you. Then that's when they had old Rodney King come out there on May the 1st. Okay. What can we just all get along with that line? They would beat the shit out of journalists because people was up there openly looting, okay? And the news crews there is just filming. And people's tearing in the stores, going grocery shopping without paying for it. And then all of a sudden, the sheriff of LA County at that time, who was Sherman Blockhead, as I call him, they start going out making massive arrests. Okay, they had booked 12,000 people into the LA County jail, like about a 24-hour period. And then they asked the sheriff, how did he get so many arrests? He said, because people get up there, say their names, which they did, and they standing there with stolen shit. And anytime that you participate in a urban riot, not only is it against the laws of the state and county and city that you, it is also a federal offense. So I'm quite sure that out of those 13,000 people that were put into the LA County jail, I'm quite sure a lot of them were booked into the feds. And I wonder what old Biden was doing back there at that time. Okay, Brother Che, you there? Okay, folks, we're dealing with some technical difficulties now.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, all righty.
The whole thing froze up.
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Oh,
Lady Trey, last thoughts on Jerry Springer?
My favorite was when they used to throw the chairs.
Yeah, chair throwing was fun.
Chair throwing, and man, every day at 2:00 through the week, you can catch me watching some nonsense. And I really like, I really learned about trailer trash and motherfucking the dysfunction of couples and how nobody knows how to keep their hands to themselves and be faithful as everybody's cheating on everybody, and so it's some sort of gay shit going on. There was always something. And
it was never a dull moment.
It never ended. Like for me, it's like, and it was kind of amusing. And there's still times where, like, we were watching a couple little little memories the other day, and you laughed for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
It was good. So,
yeah, it was downright outrageous.
The top fights,
Yeah.
the top roasting sessions, and the Klan getting beat up.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful. That was real beautiful.
And that stupid talking about you're just jealous because you can't join the Klan. Like, who should join the Klan?
Wow.
That was the best one.
Yeah, but like I said though, and Oprah Winfrey, she was at her peak at that time as well too, when she had the Oprah Winfrey show, and Phil Donahue, was on his way out, but Phil had done, like 25 years already. He did at least, quite a few years already. So Phil was pretty much like the granddaddy of those daytime talk shows. You see what I mean? Because he had started way back in 1967. Phil Donahue. Now, another thing about Jerry Springer is that he would come out at the end of the show and he would always give his closing thought. And, he had a lot of words of wisdom and he would drop some gems. And just like you said, Brother Che, he exposed what these motherfuckers was about.
Right.
With that. You see what I'm saying? He really did. You see? So, may Mr. Springer rest in peace. You know what I mean? Did his job. He made his money. In fact, they even made a movie.
Yeah,
Ringmaster Jerry Springer. Exactly, where he was shows behind the scenes where he interviewed people coming on the show or the outrageous shit that they was talking about. And then, when people would get into it in his office, he would say, hey, save it for the show.
Right. Had to sign a disclaimer. That's when it came out that the shit was fake. They were all acting. And
right, in which they. But some of them people got hit for real.
Back in the 90s, that shit was real. From 91 to like 97, all those fights were real. But in 98, that's when they came out and said, oh, no, they're signing a disclaimer and that we're not responsible for anything. Because them people
hell no, man.
They were getting beat up.
Getting beat up bad. You know what I'm saying? And
that's back when they used to let them bang. They used to let them bang for real. They would wait until somebody got seriously beat up before they started breaking up them fights. And then they
that's when they started bringing speed on.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. They would start ringing that bell and it was on.
I like when sneaking in, be like, they've been listening backstage.
Yeah. Let's bring them out. Here, so. Oh my God. There'll be moments where must don't even get on the stage. They get hit.
They coming out the
door. As they walk out there, they get nailed. You know what I mean? And to me, the best fights were the cat fights. That's where the women, would fight each other. You know what I mean? And then,
like that one that Shabaka was talking about earlier, that straight cold deck that chick, straight right cross, right hand.
Where she knocked the chick's glasses off. It was a picture perfect right cross, and it was solid. It was solid. Anytime that when you throw a punch on somebody, reacts like that, yes, sir, that is what they would call a solid punch. You know what I mean? And then I'll never forget, they had one episode on there where these two dudes got into a fight over this woman and to find out this motherfucker was a damn transsexual.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I was like, I don't know how you can't tell that's a man. Like back then, especially, I don't know how you couldn't tell those were men because they were straight up men.
I didn't know.
Yeah, well, like I said before, in California, where these individuals come up to you talking about they're women, and you don't see no estrogen in the 5 o'clock shadow. Hey man, check this out. I'll talk to you later. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm a lady, okay, and you remember when we used to have the $100 bills up? All right, so far. If you could prove your last menstrual cycle, bona fide menstrual cycle, okay, you would get the $50 or the $100. And so far we had no takers, is because we exposed them of the bull that they was propagating. Okay, and I'll say it again: you got your human rights, you have your civil rights, but ain't nowhere in hell, ain't no man got no right to come up and tell me that he is a woman, particularly after seeing that trans terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Me and the anchor man, had rolled out laughing on that one right there. And the anchor man said, that's straight terrorism. Okay, now let's look at the daddy.
Shabaki, we don't have time. It's already almost 2:00 in the morning here. Lady
Oh,
J,
man.
is that your final thoughts on Jerry Springer?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next topic, and the next topic is Alton Maddox Jr. R.I.P. to him, rest in power. To the brother, the famous black lawyer in New York City, who represented the Tawanna Brawley Rape Hoax in the 1980s. Someone played
Yeah.
the video.
Yeah.
This is from Fox News.
Well, of all people.
They're talking about goddamn biting. Okay, let me refresh this because it's not the right video.
Oh, yeah, Alton Maddox, yeah.
Headlines for the day. That's not what I was looking for. This is false advertisement. I don't know how much on there. Okay, I'm gonna have to read this damn article there. I hate when they do that. Civil rights lawyer Alton Maddox Jr., who gained notoriety for representing Tawanna Brawley, a black teenager who falsely accused a group of white men of a 1987 gang rape, has died. He was 77. Maddox also represented victims in other prominent cases, including Cedric Sanford and the family of Howard Beach attack victim Michael Griffin. Maddox is preceded in death by his wife, Lilola, and survived by son Charles. Civil rights lawyer Alton Maddox Jr., who represented victims of several notorious racist attacks in New York in the 1980s, has died. He was 77. Maddox died Sunday in a Bronx nursing home. Funeral director Isaiah Owens said, Maddox represented Tawanna Brawley, a black teenager who claimed that a group of white men had abducted and raped her in 1987. A grand jury determined that Brawley's story was a hoax, and former prosecutor Stephen, what is his damn name? Pagonis sued Maddox. Fellow attorney C. Vernon Mason and Reverend Al Sharpton for defamation for accusing him of taking part in the alleged attack. A jury ruled in 1998 that the three men had defamed Pagonis and ordered them to pay $345,000. Maddox also represented Cedric Sanford, one of the three black men who were accosted and chased by a group of white men in Queens neighborhood of Howard Beach in 1986, as well as the
I remember that case.
as well as the family of Michael Griffith, who died after he was struck by a car during the Howard Beach attack. Maddox and other attorneys working on the Howard Beach victims demanded a special prosecutor be appointed to the case. Charles J. Hines was appointed special prosecutor and later served as district attorney of Brooklyn. 9 people were eventually convicted of various charges in Griffith's death. Maddox also represented the family of Yusuf Hawkins, a black teenager who was shot to death in a predominantly white neighborhood of Bensonhurst, Brooklyn in 1989. Joseph Fauna, who fired the shots that killed Hawkins, was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to about 32 years to life in prison. He remains in custody according to the website of the State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. Murdoch grew up in Georgia, attended Howard University, and received a law degree at Boston College. He moved to New York in the early 1980s. Murdoch's survivors include a son, Charles, and his wife, Leola, who died in 2017. All right, so you said you remember that case. What are your thoughts, Rebecca?
Okay, on the Tawanna Brawley case, yeah, she had a very strict father, and from what I understand, that he was NOI, and Minister Farrakhan had given some speeches at that time about this, stating that, yeah, if you go rape something of mine, I will kill you. And that's what the minister stated. And the white fellas were shitting their pants because it was in the news. It was real bad. These white fellas were getting death threats, and they even came out on the news themselves saying that we are scared, but we are innocent. We are innocent. We are innocent. We wouldn't do nothing like this. We wouldn't do nothing like this. But we are scared. Okay, it's kind of like a reverse scenario of what Carolyn Bryant did. You see what I mean? Now, first place, to falsely repeat, to falsely repeat, to falsely repeat, to falsely accuse a man of a sexual violence crime such as that, the woman belongs in jail 30 years of life with no parole because you ruined that man's life.
Right.
He would no longer be safe. He would always be looked at with scrutiny. Okay, then he would have to hear on an arrest record for this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And if everything, if I remember accurately in regard to Miss Brawley making a false accusation against this dude, she was in the wrong, even though if he was a white boy. You see what I'm saying? Okay. He was clear from what I understand, you know, beyond doubt. Okay. He was clear. But she had a strict father. You see what I'm saying? And then she was out, you know, so then, of course, she had to say something because she didn't want to face her father's wrath. And that there's just a positive influence of a father in raising girls. You know, you being at a certain time, this, that, the other.
Yeah.
Now, the Bensonhurst case, could you please read that again, please?
Yes. So I can find it here. This Murdoch also represented the family of Yusuf Hawkins, a black teenager who was shot to death in a predominantly white neighborhood of Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, in 1989. Joseph Fauna, who fired the shots that killed Hawkins, was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to about 32 years to life in prison. And he's currently in custody.
Okay. Cool. Let him stay in custody. Yeah, let that fool stay in custody. Yes, because see, this here was kind of like a precursor to what you got going on right now. Of you know, where you can just go up here and kill a nigga and get away with it. Excuse the expression. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, what happened to the 16-year-old, you know, whose family immigrated from Liberia, knocked on the wrong door. He got shot by the 85-year-old white bigoted white man. He's laying down, then the white boy goes up there and shoots him again. So that there proves intent right there. Okay? So with it being intentional, he should be getting a maximum penalty of it. And he's an old, decrepit-ass bastard like Carolyn Bryant as well, too. Okay, what has happened, Brotha Che, since the rebellion of the 1990s, you know, with the narcotic surge or the epidemic in the black community, this has dumbed down our people. It has broken the value system of our people. It has mass incarcerated a whole lot of our people, both male and female. You see what I mean? So it's pretty much that you have adoption agencies and a county for child protective services raising our children. And then keep in mind is that a lot of these children in these detention facilities, like in LA County with McLaren Hall, they got cases and lawsuits going on that, where those juveniles were violated, by staff members and what have you. You see, okay, when they speak of the administration of justice, okay, it has to be on both sides of the fence, okay? Now, it also says you have a right to a jury of your peers. So therefore, if I'm a black man like Rodney King, and wait a minute, I take that back. The peers, Coon, Powell, and Bracino and Wynn, they did get a jury of their peers, white supremacists who thought and felt like them, and then had the audacity to come out 31 years ago and say on the public airwaves that Rodney King got what he deserved, that those officers did nothing wrong. Big mistake. Because half the whole city of LA had went down there in front of the Lapdog headquarters at Parker Center, which no longer stands. Since my last visit to Los Angeles, Parker Center is no longer there. But they did build a police headquarters that is a half a block across the street from it, which is more sophisticated than the first one. So I can only imagine what type of technology they got in there, terrorizing the citizens of Los Angeles. Okay, I can only imagine what the type of material the police cars got on it, because they were supposed to have, like when they had the body cam cameras come out, right? There were LAPD officers who was tearing down the apparatus on the car that makes the body cam function. You see what I'm saying? And then keep in mind on these body cams is that you need to have citizen oversight committees monitoring these body cams as incidents go down, not the police.
Right.
You see what I mean? Because they got their code of conduct, they got their loyalty to each other. You see what I'm saying? But one thing that's in common, they all hate black people.
I honestly think that is a prerequisite to be a kid.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Have anti-black racism.
Yes, sir. And you did right, and you said it right in the campaign, Mr. Mayor, defund those bastards, And then another thing that I want to say about them, of all these police agencies, okay, when a cop is doing misconduct, and a cop was so arrogant and said, well, sue the city. No. Don't sue the city. Sue your ass personally.
Well, that's why you're getting that qualified immunity, because that qualified immunity protects them from being personally sued or actually charged and convicted for wrongdoing. We ended it here in Colorado, but then it's ended in every state in this country. That shit needs to end.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, absolutely. And guys like Derek Chauvin, guys like Stacey Coon, guys like Mark Furman, okay, guys like the cop that shot Tamir Rice, I forgot his name, cops like Darren Wilson, you know what I'm saying? Throw them in jail in the general population. George Chauvin, throw him in jail with the Derek Chauvin. I stand corrected. Yes, throw him in jail with the general population. Now, what the state is going to tell you, any of the DA, that's putting his life in jeopardy. Hey, Mr. DA, don't you know that any and everybody, when they go to jail, their life is in jeopardy? So it makes this practice special. Anytime that you are arrested and go into a jail facility, your life is in danger.
Yep.
See. So, and what they say, equal protection under the law. right?
Uh-huh.
So another form of hypocrisy. And as you know, Brother Che, we had the brain dead on our show who disagreed with us, try to intellectualize, the flaw, try to normalize it. Brain dead Negroes like Bianchi, what have you.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. Let's hear from Lady Che because we still got more topics. Go ahead, Lady Che.
I really got I don't really got too much to say about it except, it's rest in peace. There was too much to say about this.
Okay. All right. Yes. Rest in power to Alton Maddox Jr.
Alton Maddox. Yeah.
Or Maddox. How do you say it?
Maddox.
Maddox.
It's Maddox. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rest in power to him. We appreciate all the work that he did, representing our people throughout the years. And hopefully he got somebody to take his footsteps, follow in his footsteps.
Well, hopefully. And because from what I understand, when Johnny Cochran had passed on, many years ago, Carl Douglas had vowed to keep Johnny Cochran's law firm open. And I believe, that he has. You see, and I think he's got Cochran's law firm up in other states as well, too.
Yeah. We reached out to them to help with the Brother Silos case, and it didn't go the way that we planned.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're still around.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what happens, man. When you get arrested, man, and go before that judge, man, it's all a gamble. It's all a gamble. That's why I advocate our young people don't go to jail. Do something with your life. Don't be a jailbird. Don't be a convict.
Right.
Do something with your life, because when you get up here in the 50s and 60s, it starts slowing down, brother, real bad.
Real bad. All right.
Real bad.
Excellent advice. Move us to our next topic, and that is Don Lemonade being fired from CNN after 17 years.
Okay, well, he's made money, $3 million a year. He signed a deal making him $50 million over a course of time. What Mr. Lemon did say to that raggedy Ramaphosa or whatever the dude from India does not know what the hell he is talking about.
Right.
And Mr. Lemon told him that. And also, too, whatever what your name is, you welcome to call up your Shabaka's Black Experiences hands as well, too, because we're going to grill your ass.
Oh, my God, Shabaka. Guess
what?
Guess who just announced they're running for president?
Who?
You have his book.
Larry Elder.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, he'll be some good material. So now I got to finish his book. Is because if this clown, there's just some notoriety. I hope he gets shut down in the first round. It's because when he tried to recall Gavin Newsom, it was a waste of the taxpayers' dollars. He looked totally stupid. Him and that other brain dead Negro, Leo Terrell. I'm sure that's going to be his running mate, Leo Terrell, right?
Yeah. His book.
Yeah. Those clowns are two of the most miseducated, brain dead Negroes I have ever saw. Okay. And they are a disgrace to the state of California. They are a disgrace to the city of Los Angeles. They are a disgrace to Black people as a whole. And I'm saying it here on public media. You clown got an open invitation. Call in at 516-418-5996. And I will roast both of you miseducated fools. But with them having this mindset, it goes to
Hey,
show.
Elder, that coon in North Carolina, the lieutenant governor.
Oh, no.
I will $5 million if Larry Elder calls it.
That is sickening. Okay, see, when you look at these clowns, when you look at Cop Mala, when you look at elders.
Hold on.
I said, I never did my whole year Chicago if Larry Elder calls it. Talk about the Blacc experience.
Shit. We got to get to Don Lemon first.
Oh, man, Don Lemon.
Yeah, let's get to Don Lemon.
So shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She was like one of the first of the new black media to break the story that Don Lemon had been fired after 17 years at Caucasian Nazi Network.
They did it before.
Yeah.
So this is.
I mean, like, he was over there whooping it up, about to go to the beach and shit.
Oh,
They did him a favor.
So they didn't personally tell him he got fired. Yeah. He found out through a text message. So we're gonna play her commentary, and then we'll discuss what we just heard.
I would break out the fuck Trump hats.
Y'all, when it rains, it pours. First, Tucker Carlson was let go from Fox News, and Don Lemon just informed everybody that he's been fired from CNN. Woo, man. Well, it's a good start. There's plenty more that need to be fired out there.
Right.
But let's get into this story.
It was Bloody Monday, or what was it?
So, Don Lemon says he was fired from CNN.
Oh my.
Unbelievable. Fired the same day as Tucker Carlson? Wow. Y'all, this is, there was an eclipse a few days ago.
Yep.
Some of you may not have known. This is right after the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
You got two major figures in mainstream news getting fired the same day. CNN anchor Don Lemon tweeted Monday that he has been terminated from the network. Now, he said his agent was the one that told him. CNN said that the network and Lemon have parted ways. Don will forever be part of the CNN family, and we thank him for his contributions over the past 17 years. CNN said in a statement, we wish him well and will be cheering him on in his future endeavors. 17 years, y'all, and they threw him out like he was nothing.
They did.
Lemon said he was stunned to learn the news from his agent. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly.
Right.
Some people that fired
They
me,
never do.
a lot of them are cowards.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you'll hear stories out here about people getting fired by email or voicemail, or even dropping a letter in the mail instead of just telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Lemon wrote on Twitter, at no time was I ever giving any indication that I would not be able to continue to do work that I have loved at the network. It is clear that there are some larger issues at play. CNN, however, said that Lemon's statement about this morning's event is inaccurate, adding that the journalist was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter. Yeah, but my question is, did you make that offer before or after you fired him?
After.
Because if you did it after, I don't know too many people that would just come and sit down and talk with you.
Right.
So anyway,
Right.
the news came hours after Lemon co-host CNN This Morning alongside of Poppy Harlow and Caitlin Collins. CNN CEO told employees the network is committed to the success of CNN This Morning. Wow.
Isn't the CEO of CNN that Asian chick that was married to old boy that passed away a few years ago? Oh man,
Probably.
Connie Chung or some shit.
More Polish.
Okay.
Oh, that was
Maury Poole.
uh,
Okay, Connie Chung. Okay, funny you should mention Connie Chung.
Right in
Connie Chung started her career as a journalist in Los Angeles. She was on the local news in LA for many years, and she was one of the anchor people during the 1992 rebellion. And she was married to Maury Povich, the one who says you are not the father.
Not the father.
Yeah.
Everybody would cry to the couch.
Yeah, Connie Chung.
Yeah, she was very popular in Los Angeles. I would not be surprised if she's the CEO of CNN. That would not surprise me in the least. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 84 years old. His arms are on.
Connie Chung.
Right now.
No.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Connie Chung.
Yeah, that's about right.
She's 76.
Goddamn.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, 50 years ago, she was 26, and she was on the CBS local news in Los Angeles in the 1970s. Yep.
Ted
and I remember
Ted Turner.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Ted Turner was married to Jane Fonda.
That's true too.
But Ted Turner was the founder of CNN.
Right. No, he was the founder of Turner News Network.
That too.
Yeah, that's what CNN.
Okay.
But we call it Caucasian News Network.
Right.
Or not CNN.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's much more. That sounds much more fluid.
I don't know.
And as a matter of fact, wait a minute. Hold on, Brother Che, you're right. It's because when I was living in Los Angeles, they had one of their major offices down in Hollywood. I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He
Yeah,
found it.
because a few of their episodes out of Los Angeles, even to this day, they do out of Hollywood from their building that they have over there on Sunset Boulevard, as I last recall.
Yeah, they had counseled Connie Chung after she exposed the war in Iraq.
Oh yeah.
On her show, Connie Chung Tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and she was an avid Dodger fan, is because when the Dodgers go to the World Series, I don't care who they're playing, I always pray that they lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you call them the bums, right?
Hey, the bums, straight out. And then another thing, and the only time that I've been to Dodger Stadium was after the the Northridge quake of 1994 that hit LA pretty bad, and it was one of LA's worst. And they told the whole general public, you come to Dodger Stadium and you can go get you some public assistance, and everybody bum rushed it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Everybody bum rushed it.
It looks like Warner Brothers Discovery on CNN now.
Okay, so Warner Brothers, okay, which is one of Hollywood's original studios, like Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal. You heard me mention them. Yeah, with Crumb Bum on all of them. You know, yeah, because the granddaddies of them all, of Hollywood's motion picture industry, is Paramount, Universal, Warner Brothers, and 20th Century. And then they had Republic Pictures, but I think that they got absorbed by 20th Century. Yeah.
They all got absorbed. It looks like first with Turner, Time Warner, then AOL, then Warner merged with another company, AT&T, and then there's a whole conglomerate now, and they're headquartered in New York City, Warner Brothers Discovery Incorporated.
Okay. Yeah.
So it looks like the chairman now is Christopher Andrew Litt.
Okay.
So what was the end of the video?
But
hold on, Shabaka.
Well, this is like two black guys in one day. But, you know, like I said, Tucker Carlson, he became a liability. He was costing Fox News too much money with his disinformation. I mean, let's face it, Don Lemon is also controversial many times on CNN. He rubbed feathers of the Black community quite a few times over the years. And, you know, I am not surprised,
especially
to be perfectly honest with you.
You're smoking weed.
Yeah.
You know, that's how big corporations are out here these days. They want you 100% committed to them, but they are not committed to you at all. And this is not just CNN and Fox, but this is how corporate America works in general. You know, and unfortunately, if it was fair and balanced, it would be a lot different, but we know it's not, nor will it ever be. So we know the things he have said about the Black community. And if you remember, he was under scrutiny about women and aging this past February. Okay. So he had his moments, but I don't think this is going to be the last time you see Don Lemon. I really don't. I would not be surprised if in the coming months he crops up somewhere else. Usually that's what happened. And Tucker Carlson will be no different.
Right.
You know, there's always somebody that will pick them up. So that's 17 years. That's a long time to be on one network, you know? And then he didn't get a lot of notice, just like Tucker Carlson. He said it was pretty abrupt in how he was terminated.
They're trying to hide him under
the
Tucker Carlson. They're like, it's good.
So Mr. Lemon has retained his aggressive Hollywood litigator, Brian Friedman, to handle his exit. So it's probably going to be a big bundle on the table for him. 17 years, I would think so. So his contract with CNN ran through 2026, according to two people with direct knowledge with the deal. Hours before the dueling statement, Mr. Lemon, 57, had appeared on air in his usual anchor chair on CNN this morning. The show he has hosted since November with Poppy Harlow and Caitlin Collins. He showed no signs of anxiety and signed off to viewers with a smile and a friendly Bye, everybody.
Is that his usual exit?
One of CNN's most
I
recognizable
don't watch
stars,
that
Mr.
shit.
Lemon, had a reputation as a fiery political commentator during his 8 years as a primetime anchor. But inside the network, he began to lose support after his February remark. Now, see, as long as he was remarking about the Black community and it was negative, it was okay.
Yeah.
But as soon as he made a remark about women and aging, then all of a sudden that was the big problem, and that led to him being let go. That's ridiculous, but you know, that's America for you.
I know, Lisa.
All right, so what led to it? He made a comment about Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
And it said she was not, you know, ready for prime time, something to that effect, sorry. And women took offense to that. You know, he said her prime would have been in her 20s, 30s, maybe 40s. And Nikki Haley is 51 years old. You know what else I just found out about her? Her daughter married a Black dude down there in South Carolina. Y'all can see the pictures online. Her wedding was pretty recent. And when you look at her new Black son-in-law, he got those Daniel Cameron vibes.
Yep.
You'll see what I mean when you look at the pictures. But back to Don Lemon. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lemon exit raises the possibility of a bigger overhaul. Ms. Collins, a former White House correspondent, recently drew solid ratings during a week-long run as a substitute host at 9 p.m., fueling speculation within the network that she might be considered for the permanent position in the time slot. But you know what? That doesn't mean nothing. You know, somebody might be elevated today and by next year she'll have low ratings. You know how this industry works. That really don't mean a hell of a lot.
No.
But y'all, please tell me what you think about this news now that we found out not only Tucker Carlson, but now Don Lemon was fired on the same day by CNN. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. And the reason why I didn't do these two stories together, ladies and gentlemen, is because Tucker Carlson was actually the first to hit the news that he was fired, and then shortly after Don Lemon. So that's why there's two separate videos.
Yep. Larry, do you see Larry Elder on the screen?
Man, that cat, man, that dude just makes me laugh. What's that idiot talking about?
I'm not gonna play that video. I gotta get through the Don Lemon and then Tucker Carlson. So plot even thickens
and I
further.
think after Elder, I'll be knocked out. But go ahead.
Yeah. The plot thickens even more, Shabaka.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon do many of the same things, like get fired on the same day and then hire the same attorney on the same day. So let's get into this story. So it appears that Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson hired the same attorney after being fired from CNN and Fox News. So Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson have hired the same lawyer to handle their exits from CNN and Fox News. This is according to Radar Online. According to sources close to the situation, Lemon and Carlson have both retained attorney Brian Friedman. Friedman previously represented Megyn Kelly from her exit, and when she got the can from NBC. Gabrielle Union, when she battled NBC, and they both seem to be very happy with the settlements that they received. The news of Friedman hiring was reported by Yasser Ali. So sources claim Don wants to put up a fight as he had 2 years left on his contract. The New York Times said the ex-CNN star deal didn't expire until 2026. Don will likely want to be paid out for the remainder of his contract. And being that CNN broke the contract, he is really entitled. He didn't break the contract, they did. For his part, Tucker was in the middle of renegotiating a deal that would have taken his contract all the way to 2029. Both stars were abruptly fired Monday morning with little to no warning. As RadarOnline.com previously reported, CNN issued a statement reading, CNN and Don have parted ways. Don will forever be part of the CNN family, and we will thank him for his contributions over the past 17 years. We wish him well, and we'll be cheering him on in his future endeavors. Well, look like his future endeavors is to sue you, CNN.
Right.
Okay, so Don fired back, claiming, I was informed this morning by my agent that I have been terminated by CNN. I am stunned. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I given any indication that I would not be able to continue to do the work that I have loved at the network. It is clear that there is some larger issues at play. That's what he said. He put that out on Twitter, actually. CNN fired back, claiming Don Lemon's statement about this morning events are inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter. Yeah, but why would he do that after you fired him?
Right.
Meeting with management, that should have occurred prior to getting fired.
Right.
It just looks to me like CNN took the sucker's way out. So Tucker has remained silent on his exit, while Fox News said, we thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. So that's all that was said. You know, he has not been as vocal out here as Don Lemon. Don Lemon pretty much put out on Twitter what happened to him, and Tucker, after he exited from Fox News, he really hasn't said anything. You know, but I would expect a response from him sometime in the future. I believe he will speak up. And in the meantime, I was also hearing that Rupert Murdoch, the owner of Fox News, his son is begging him to sell the network. He wants him to sell Fox News and get rid of it. But I don't think he will. If he does, it will be shocking, to say the least. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this story. I have a feeling Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson are not going to be going away anytime soon. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
So now they got the same attorney.
Yeah. See, that just goes to show you, folks, it's check, not checkers. You see what I'm saying? Now,
so this is what,
of course,
the next video is what got him fired.
Okay.
This is the bastard that we were going in on. We said we're going to do a show on that Indian dude.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, this interview that Don Lemon did before he was let go by CNN is the one that many people feel pulled the plug on his career. Now, do you know what the funny part? White supremacists are saying Don Lemon got destroyed in his interview. No. Actually, I think if he would have got destroyed in the interview, he would never have gotten fired.
Right.
The thing is, he was able to come back hard, especially with the history.
Right.
You know, there is no East Indian man that can tell the descendants of slaves what their experience is in America. And it's almost comical listening to him and the things that he was saying. He's so far removed from who we are, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll go as far as saying no foreigner that are a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys in the land can tell us our experience.
Right.
Period. End of discussion. So I'm going to go and play this final video, and I also have the most recent statement that Tucker Carlson put out about 24 hours ago.
To do with the other, especially consider and using the Civil War to talk about Black Americans. That war was not fought by people to have guns. That's not.
It was fought for Black people to have freedoms in this country. Yeah. Actually, that's why the Civil War was fought.
Okay.
And the sad part about
fought
it,
for Black people to have guns. I think.
Actually, you know, funny fact is, Black people did not get to enjoy the other freedoms until their Second Amendment rights were secured. And I think that that's one of the lessons that we learned.
Aren't allowed to enjoy
That's
the freedoms.
I disagree with you on that, Don. I disagree with you. And I think you're doing a disservice to our country by failing to recognize the fact that we have equality before the law.
And you live in this country, then you can disagree with me. But we're not. You mentioned that there
I
were
disagree.
3 different shades.
Don, I think we have to be able to
here.
talk about these issues in the open, regardless of the color of our skin. Black Americans today, to say that, compare that to 1865 and 1964,
I think for you to compare it to
absolutely
1865 and
have equal rights in
1964
this
is
country.
actually, I think it's insulting to Black people. It's insulting to me as an African American. I don't want to sit here and argue with you because it's infuriating for you to put those things together. It's not right. Your telling of history is wrong. What
part of the history was wrong? What part of the history was wrong?
That the Civil War was fought. You're making people think that the Civil War was fought for Black people, only for Black people to get guns and for Black people to have.
The Civil War was fought for Black people in this country to get freedoms, a noble mission. And I think that even after we succeeded, we had to actually secure those freedoms.
To reduce it in a speech at the NRA to say you're making people think, or you're trying to say that Black people to get guns, that was the reason that you're there at the NRA. That was the reason for the Civil War.
It is a
that's
fact.
reductive.
It's not
and
reductive,
I think it's
Don.
insulting.
And the Second Amendment was
Black
part
people,
of
hang on, please. I cannot keep a thought if you guys are talking to me in my ear. So hang on one second. So to say that Black people, say what you said again.
Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
No,
That's
we're
a
not
fact.
secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not. You are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the civil rights movement happened is because Black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to
And you know
happen
how they
after the
got
Civil
it?
War
They got their
is
Second Amendment
Reconstruction.
rights. Well, here's where you and I have a different point of view. I think we should be able to express our views regardless of the color of our skin. We should have this debate
I'm not saying you
without
shouldn't
me
express your
regarding you
views,
as a
but I think
Black
it's
man,
insulting that
but
you're
me
sitting
regarding you
here,
as a fellow citizen.
that you're
That's what I
sitting
think we should
here,
see.
whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me
Whatever ethnicity
about
I am.
what it's like to be Black.
Whatever
Women.
ethnicity I am, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an Indian American. I'm proud of it. But I think we should have this debate. Black, white, doesn't matter.
I think we should have this
on
debate.
the content of the
If you're
ideas.
going to do it, you should do it in an honest way and in a
I
fair
think-
way. And what you're doing is not an honest and fair way. Okay? But we appreciate you coming on.
With
Thank
due
you for
respect,
that.
Don, I look forward to
Thank you very
continuing
much.
that
I appreciate
conversation.
it. We'll
Thank
continue
you.
the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Papa.
We'll talk about China.
Yes, let's talk about
next
China.
time you come back.
Oh, thank you. Much to say on declaring independence from China.
Okay,
Something you
can
can
we
add
move
on.
on now, please?
Thank you.
Get the fuck off the stage. Bullshit. And this fool is running for president.
Okay. So, I mean, in this one, I do agree with Don Lemon. I think Black foreigners and people in general that did not live through our experience should tell us what it is.
Right.
That is a problem I've always had throughout my life. I don't need them folks telling me what slavery was like. I don't need foreigners to come in this land that don't know the history and don't know what we have gone through to tell us what we're not doing, or we're lazy and just repeating the same talks, white supremacist talking point. And when he said what he said about the Second Amendment rights of Black people, the Civil War was fought. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you take somebody like this seriously in a conversation?
Right.
You know, he skipped over, like Don Lemon said, Reconstruction, Jim Crow. What freedoms did we have during Jim Crow? And there's many people that believe we're still in Jim Crow because of the way we continue to get treated. So 100 years of Jim Crow, what freedoms did we have?
Right.
Okay. Civil rights was because we were getting locked out all over the place in employment, and, you know, the white only and Black only signs are up, and we couldn't do what we want and go where we wanted. And people like Vivek Ramaswamy, he's never lived that.
Right.
Although there are many East Indians, especially the dark-skinned ones that come over here, they are discriminated against. And on one of my jobs, I worked with a dark-skinned East Indian man, although he sat around and believed he was, you know, he does what many of the foreigners do when they come in this land. You know, they think they're better than somebody else. And he ultimately had a hard time with a Karen manager. And she pushed him out the door and brought one of her buddies in. So this man is definitely an insult, but you know, you got to understand, many of these foreigners are given very negative propaganda about us before they even come in this country.
Yep.
So by the time they land on the soil, they have a lot of biases and a lot of negative views, and they more than likely have fallen for the white supremacist American propaganda in this country. You know, so you know what part he, I think, really did it when they were talking to him probably trying to tell Don Lemon what to say, because you know how these folks are. They're always trying to control our every move. And probably telling him what to say back to him. And he pretty much let him know, I don't talk in my ear.
Right.
I'm trying to have this conversation. And I think that's what they didn't like. These folks really have that bad. They want us to sit around and be their puppets. And we do and walk and talk like them and sound like them. See, as long as you're that kind of Negro, they will halfway put up with you. And they'll grow tired of them eventually. But they will put up with them a little more. But, I do agree this was probably his career ender.
Yeah.
They didn't like the back and forth he did. And they don't like the Black community to be defended. If you attempt to defend the Black community, they take offense to that, because we're supposed to just be a bunch of lame ducks, and nobody should defend us, and nobody should speak up for us. And look, they have issues with that on YouTube. If we speak up for our community, look at the kind of stuff they come and put in the comment section. They don't like us defending each other. They don't like us putting videos out speaking from our point of view. They don't like that. We're supposed to be, more like your Candace Owens, Larry Elder kind of people. And if you're not like that, then something's wrong with you. You're woke and all that nonsense they be coming up with. And then the funny part is they tell you you're woke and then can't even describe what that is.
Right.
It's just hilarious.
Right.
They hate something but can't define what it is.
Yeah.
So y'all, I'm gonna also show Carlson's recent statement that he put out, and I'll be back with the final part of my commentary.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true, and a bunch of hilarious people also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink. They become weaker. That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail. Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words, there is hope. See you soon.
Okay, so one of the first things that most people notice is Tucker Carlson did not speak about being fired. And he probably more than likely was advised by his attorney not to say anything about it. I know Don Lemon was quite vocal, and he said CNN owes him $20 million. And he is going to fight for it. So, and I'm sure Tucker, because I don't know what his circumstances are, because that really has not been revealed, other than his contract was being renegotiated at the time. And he was supposed to get a contract that went all the way to 2029. So we know that did not happen. But I don't know if his contract was still in effect. It could have been if they were renegotiating before it ended. I mean, that's possible, but we don't know that. So I think that's why he just let people know that he's still there. And I don't think this is going to be the last time that you hear from Don Lemon or Tucker Carlson. Being that they were both very recognizable figures in mainstream news, I think they are people that you're going to see from time to time. I don't think they're going to go away quietly. And it's not the first time that Fox News got rid of somebody that was real high profile. Y'all remember Bill O'Reilly?
Mm-hmm.
He got fired. So, many people felt Tucker Carlson was a white supremacist sympathizer. And, now you're hearing behind the scenes he couldn't stand Donald Trump. But on the show, he was on code. Many of us saw he was very much on code. So it seems like to me in Don Lemon's case, he was defending the descendants of slaves. And Tucker Carlson was really pushing the fake propaganda. And that's where he ran into all kinds of problems, especially when it came down to Donald Trump losing the election and people, and Tucker Carlson saying the election was stolen and all that stuff. So it seems to me one was defending a community and the other one was nursing a lot of the fake propaganda out here, and that did him in. We all heard about Dominion and Fox settling a lawsuit totaling practically $1 billion behind a lot of things that Tucker Carlson was saying on his show. And see, that's one thing Don Lemon did not have on his plate. He did not cost CNN nearly $1 billion over things he was saying.
Right.
So there is a big difference in how these two were fired. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this.
Shabaka, you still there? Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Okay. There's one more video, and then I'm gonna let you go because this is getting super late.
All right. Yeah.
So this is about Tucker the Sucker. fired from Fox News.
Right. Well, that's great news that he got fired. Propaganda machine, prepackaged garbage.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tucker Carlson is gone. He is no longer part of Fox News.
Man, great news.
Announcement came out today on Monday, and a lot of it is over a defamation suit that Fox had to settle for $787.5 million. And the reason why they had to settle this because the conspiracy theory came out on Tucker Carlson's show.
And what conspiracy theory is that? The QAnon.
Yeah.
Tucker, why'd you do it? So the announcement of his departure from Fox News came 1 week after they settled a monster defamation suit with Dominion Voting Systems for $787.
And guess where Dominion's located, Shabaka?
Arizona.
Denver, Colorado.
Oh man. Wow.
$7.5 million over the network's dissemination of election lies. Fox News said that Carlson's show was Friday, April 21. Carlson was the top promoter of conspiracy theories and radical rhetoric at the network. Not only did he repeatedly sow doubts about the legitimacy of the 2020 election, but he also promoted conspiracy theories about the Jap-scene and elevated white nationalist talking points. Okay, so Carlson was a key figure in Dominion voting system mama defamation lawsuit against Fox. Trust me, he was the biggest. He was probably the only one in that lawsuit. And Fox was forced to settle that kind of money. Woo! I bet you they didn't kick you out the door fast enough, Tucker.
Right.
$707.5 million. You cost Fox News that amount of money, Tucker? Damn. Looked like Tucker Carlson's mouth wrote a check that he couldn't cash, y'all. That is crazy. In some ways, Carlson played an outsized role in the litigation. One of the 20 allegedly defamation Fox broadcasts mentioned in the lawsuit came from Tucker's top-rated show. But as CNN exclusively reported, he was set to be one of Dominion's first witnesses to testify at trial. And his private text messages, which became public as part of the suit, Dominion got its hands on Carlson's group chat with fellow Fox Prime stars Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham, and the trove of other messages around the 2020 presidential election. These communications revealed that Carlson told confidants that he passionately hated former President Donald Trump and that Trump's tenure at the White House was a disaster. He also used misogynic terms to criticize pro-Trump lawyer Sidney Powell and rejected her conspiracies about the 2020 election, even as those wild theories got airtime on Fox News. Wow, Tucker, you had a secret hatred for Donald Trump, but you had him on your show. Wow, you don't like Donald Trump. Letting it all hang out. The lawsuit exposed how Carlson privately held woeful different views than his on-air persona. So on the air, he was talking about, the election fraud and Donald Trump really won. But behind the scenes, he was talking in a whole different way. A Dominion spokesperson did not comment on Carlson's departure from Fox. Yeah, he had to lose. When they lost that kind of money, he had to leave. He had to leave.
Yeah.
It's no way. I've seen this even when I used to work in companies. If there is an employee that caused a lawsuit and the company lose the lawsuit, they escort that person out, because I've seen that happen. We had a woman in our office that was bullying other people. Well, one of those folks sued and they won. And I remember the day they fired her butt. And I said, it's a shame you didn't fire her before it got to that point. But that's how these companies work, politicking and office gossip and everything. Yeah, that's how they operate. That's a high IQ for you. Carlson was also one of the biggest promoters of conspiracy theories in right-wing media, sowing doubt about the 2020 presidential election, the January 6th insurrection, and the Jap scene. In the 2 years since the attack on the U.S. Capitol, Fox Prime hosts use huge platforms to amplify paper-thin theories that the attack was a false flag operation orchestrated by the FBI, the federal government. Yeah, and I even heard, during that time, because I guess they were embarrassed, they tried to say it was Antifa and Black Lives Matter. I was like, you can try again. Y'all have worn that out to use it. So anyway, the government agents, because they loathe Trump and that the criminal insurrectionists were themselves victims. That's what they were trying to promote on Fox, that everybody that participated in the January 6th insurrections were victims. They sure didn't look like victims. They were scaling the walls and busting out windows and spreading their excrement all over the place. That's not a victim to me. Not to mention the people that died.
Wow, what kind of shit is that?
The baseless theory originated from a right-wing website, and Carlson actually ran with it and kept repeating it on his show. He routinely suggested the Capitol insurrectionist and Trump supporter Ray Epps was actually an FBI provocateur who sparked the deadly insurrection. 60 Minutes interview that aired Sunday night, Epps had this to say about Carlson's lies. He's obsessed with me. He's going to any means possible to destroy my life and our lives. Carlson's disinformation campaign about January 6th reached its apex just a few months ago with an assist from the newly installed White House Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, a California Republican. So, behind the scene allegations, Abby Grossberg, ex-Fox News producer, who since disavowed the network, claimed in recent lawsuit that there was rampant sexism and misogyny among Carlson's team. Grossberg, who joined Carlson's team after the 2020 election, lawsuit that after her first day on the job, it became apparent how pervasive the misogyny and drive to embarrass and objectify women was among the male staff. But didn't we hear this years ago about Fox News? I remember the stories that were out and all the female correspondents and staff that sued them because of that. I don't know why these women think it would be any different today. That tiger ain't changing its spots.
Like, is that the running narrative?
So they got more lawsuits due to Tucker Carlson. Fox is aggressively fighting 2 lawsuits from Grossberg, a Fox News spokesperson previously said, and lawsuits riddled with false allegations against the network and our employees. In a lawsuit filed last month, Grossberg said Carlson was very capable of using such disgusting language about women in the workplace. She cited some of Carlson's private texts where he used the C word to refer to Trump's lawyer, Sidney Powell, a top 2020 election denier. Wow. Tucker cost them $787.5 million, and he also caused another lawsuit.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah, they
Wow,
probably
that
couldn't
dude's a liability
get rid
for
of
real.
Tucker fast enough.
Right.
Yeah, I wish we could have sued his
Okay,
ass.
so
Right.
ladies and gentlemen, her lawsuits also describe seeing suggestive posters that were visible in the workplace facing uncomfortable questions about former Fox News boss, a former Fox News boss. So they were talking about which Fox News women were the most effable.
Oh.
Wow, y'all did that all out in the open. You too, Tucker.
Stupid.
Well, I guess you committed career suicide. Look like Tucker committed career suicide, y'all.
Yep.
Carolyn Bryant, I think he kind of balanced himself out. They just got embarrassed.
One staffer said she was harassed so bad she considered suicide. Carlson's departure from Fox News come after the network also severed ties with Dan Bongino, who had been a regular fixture on the Fox programming in addition to hosting a weekend show. Folks, regrettably, last week, he said was his last show on Fox News. Okay, well, I guess you got two gone. Let's see how many heads will be rolling over there at Fox News now that they're losing a ridiculous amount of money. Y'all, I am not surprised.
I'm not either.
You know, I have seen networks
Not in the least.
like them go through shakeups, and sometimes even after shaking the place up, it still never improves. You know, and let's face it, Fox News got the Geritol crowd.
Yeah.
That's really the main group of people that watch them. That's why I'm saying everything's going to change for Fox News. Remember, that's the last biggest generation in America. So as they start dwindling, Fox News will be on their way to the boneyard too.
Yep.
You'll see exactly what I'm saying. But you know, I guess they said the Tucker, after all these lawsuits, don't let the doorknob hit you. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
The next video is about him going to rehab. I don't know if you can stay up long enough to see it, Shabaka, but yeah, I'm gonna end the show after this
That's gonna be it.
video.
Okay, that's gonna be it for me, man. All right, so thank you so very, very much for having me, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely check out the Frontline Black News. Definitely check out Shabaka's Black Experience on Blog Talk as well too. And good riddance to Tucker Carlson. Fuck Tucker Carlson. Fuck Fox News. Fuck the fuck the panties and Florida, you know what I'm saying, is because the fervor of this bullshit that they passing around is incredible. Oh, and by the way, it would be very interesting what Omarosa would have to say about this. By the way, Candace Owens, where are you at? You know, on this right here. You know, I'm very curious on that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so definitely check us out every Friday morning on Grand Rising with Shabaka. Also, check us out on Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. in the East. Phone number to call in, and we still waiting on you Biden supporters.
Waiting on you.
516-418. 5996, and definitely our chat room will be open. Develop a profile on the Blog Talk Radio and follow us, and you can comment in our chat room as well too. All right, so this is Shabaka St. Corey from Las Vegas, Nevada. Being everybody, what is it? Nighttime, morning time, yeah. Bidding everybody
Sometimes.
good night and good morning. Okay, I'm out. All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you for
joining
joining.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the last part of this is Tucker Carlson goes to rehab.
I was like, man, I was hoping there's gonna be something juicy.
If Fox News ratings plummet, since this is the part.
They didn't let them money and distribute all those ratings. Like, they kind of balanced themselves out.
They didn't think so.
I didn't think so. They didn't want to deal with the observer. Damn it, Tucker, your secrets are
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on since Tucker Carlson parted ways with Fox News. There has been an emergence of these text messages. Now, he definitely did not like Donald Trump, and he wrote it in the text messages. So I'm going to show you some. I definitely can't show you all of them. They said he wrote nasty text messages about Fox News executives. He complained about them. He did not like Donald Trump. And when I show you the few I have, you'll see what I mean. And they said a lot of the messages are very vulgar. So since these text messages came to light, Tucker Carlson is going into rehab, y'all. He needs rehab. So I'll tell you about that story too along the way. So let me get a few of the text messages on the screen. So I'll be right back. Okay, so here's one of the text messages, and you can see the dates. And like I said, this has been going on for several years. As you can see, this one's January 4th, 2021. We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. And he was interacting with, someone else over at Fox News. I want nothing more. It does feel very close. I imagine things will get nice starting around mid-February. And then Tucker says, I hate him passionately. I blew up at Peter Navarro today in frustration. I really like Peter, but I can't handle much more of this. So he was talking with another Fox News employee.
Dimed him out. Don't traitor ass. Fuck him. Mark.
Okay, so you can see here's another text message.
Nothing.
So they do show this person's name, Alex Pfeiffer, who Tucker Carlson was interacting with.
Can't have no phone.
So on January 6, 2021, people were enraged today because they thought Mike Pence would save the day. Tucker Carlson responded, Trump has 2 weeks left. Once he's out, he becomes incalculably less powerful, even in the minds of his supporters. My view is that the most important thing we can do, maybe the only thing we can do, is try to save the things that make America worth living in.
Right.
For me, that begins with the First and Second Amendments. So he couldn't wait for Trump to go. And if you remember, this was the day of the insurrection.
Yeah, this is day 6. This is on the same day of the, yeah.
He got on that motherfucking plane. He was out.
Okay, so if you remember at the end of Donald Trump's presidency, he had pretty much turned on Fox News. He wasn't feeling them like he used to. So since the text messages,
Like, what did
Tucker
he say wrong
Carlson
right there?
announced that he has checked into a rehab facility after recently revealed text messages showed him telling the truth. In a heartfelt statement, the former television personality said that using the truth was a problem I never thought I'd have. I always thought it was the kind of thing that happened to other people. So he's going into rehab. So I guess, the fury from these text messages, maybe he's going to lay low until everything kind of dies down.
Double first.
He's
like,
so
he wasn't wrong.
he is said to be going to a facility called Alternatives Malibu until he is 100% truth free. So he's just getting away, from the fallout.
Yeah.
But that's not the only thing happening. Since Tucker left his prime time show, the ratings, they said, have deeply plummeted.
Ooh.
And I think they were going to try to replace him. They are replacing him with Brian Kilmeade. And the Trumps are, man, these Trump supporters that watch Tucker Carlson are having a meltdown over that. Many of them have left and went to other right-wing media outlets.
Yeah, Newsmax.
So Tuckered out, Fox News primetime ratings slump in days following Tucker Carlson's firing. Following primetime host Tucker Carlson's sudden departure from Fox News, the cable giant ratings have dramatically decreased every night when compared to the prior week. Industry news site TV Newster reported indicating that Fox viewers are not happy with the decision and are taking their viewership elsewhere. They are leaving. And they said their ratings have taken a pretty bad hit, y'all.
That's probably the only thing that's kind of watchable is
so
Tucker Carlson.
They're saying for the first time in his hosting history, Hayes
kind of like out your mind.
had the highest rating. So other networks are seeing a big increase in their ratings. MSNBC, CNN, they're seeing a huge bounce in their ratings. And Fox News is plummeting.
They're bleeding more money.
Wow. So Chris Hayes is on MSNBC, and he drew an additional 2.56 million viewers.
Thank you, Tucker.
And CNN is saying they also seen a big jump in viewership during Anderson Cooper.
To the left.
So, wow. I mean, I guess it's good for them, but not good for Fox News. Not good for them at all.
Right.
They said Fox is down 3.3 million viewers, a 48% decline. Now, that's huge for somebody like Fox News.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yes.
Boy, when it rains, it pours, I guess.
Yeah, I think they
it rains, it pours.
They kiss the ring.
So, y'all,
please
you're gonna have to tell me what you think. I don't know. You know, if they put Brian Kilmeade in that spot, I don't think they're gonna ever get their audience back. I was looking at some of the articles on that. Woo, them people are fired up, mad. They don't want him. They don't like him like they like Tucker. And they don't like how Fox just sprung this on them out of nowhere about letting Tucker Carlson go.
Or if they're fucking hero.
So
he said,
we shall see. It's been interesting. It's been an interesting week, y'all.
Yes.
We started the week out with Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson getting fired on the same day. Carolyn Bryant died, which I think was huge. And Jerry Springer died on the same day. Like two clowns died on the same day. And woo. And now this. Fox News ratings plummeting since Tucker Carlson got the can. Y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see the next video. Thank you.
TMZ and be like, you know what to do. I mean, why deprive the viewers? You know what you have to do, Fox.
Shit.
That's kiss the ring.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the ring.
All right, Black family, I got to end the show. It's after 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to go to the food bank in a couple hours. So we're going to close off the show. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Tucker the Sucker and Fox News ratings drop?
I'm like, man, it's pretty soon he's just going to have to come on over to YouTube like everybody else and give his commentary. I mean, for sure he's not going to be like without a job very long, and whoever they decided to put in his place isn't gonna bring in the viewership. They're not gonna find anybody. There's nobody right now that's like the equivalent of Tucker Carlson for those people, you know. So I mean, good luck. You can't recreate that. That was all him. You know, in hindsight, I mean, was he really saying anything bad? Probably not. You know, they weren't having it, and plus, you know, I felt like the bleeding of the money and the viewership kind of balanced itself out. You know, they like just look the other way like they do with everything else. You know what I mean?
You can't look the other way when you're losing almost $1 billion.
And I think that too, you know, man, all this motherfucking snitching and fucking here, look at my text messages, you know, and blah blah blah, and everybody's a misogynist, and everybody's getting sexually harassed.
Privacy went out the window 20 years ago.
Yeah, everything's off. It's like it's fucked up, man.
You have no right to privacy anymore.
You can't have a view. You can't have a fucking opinion. You can't do whatever. You know, that is probably one of those things where he's like, man, fuck it. I don't want to say whatever the fuck you want me to say. I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want to say because, you know, it's whatever. And secretly, you know, I mean, there's a lot of motherfuckers that detest Trump. There's a lot of motherfuckers that didn't like him. Trump got out of there so motherfucking quick when he had to fucking get on his plane to leave and the Bidens were coming in. I mean, he didn't even say bye. He just carried up and mobbed out. And that was that. You know? That was probably the quickest motherfucking exit ever in presidential history.
Yep. Y'all can all go home now.
Yeah,
all special people.
Yeah, and what he's doing now is like that motherfucker is just like the Grand Wizard of fucking getting out of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So here.
He's the Houdini.
Yeah, he's gonna, you know, dust this off into Tucker Carlson. Yeah, if I was Tucker Carlson, I'd go get fucking butt naked, eat waffles on a fucking beach, and, you know, make random motherfucking messages talk about, you know what you gotta do, Fox. You know what you gotta do. Every day you're losing 3 million viewers. And I'm just sitting here with my little feet on the beach.
No, he's in rehab now.
Yeah, it's probably on a beachy resort in Malibu.
Yeah, it's not on the beach, but it's close.
Yeah, he's probably sitting there, you know, looking at white women and shit walk across fucking whatever, and, you know, he's probably sitting there like, fuck, I guess I needed a retreat. I would have picked somewhere better, you know. You had the money, you can go anywhere. Why go there? You know? Unless he was trying to hurry up and get back, and like, oh, I'm glad, you know, you kept my seat warm. You know, go ahead and give me some more money, and I'll go ahead and bring these viewers back. You know what you got to do? Stop playing this game. He's like the fucking, the boyfriend that keeps coming back talking about, you love me, girl.
Oh, God.
They'll do that with Fox. Or, somebody else will pick him up or whatever, but it won't be the same. The next network who picks him up isn't going to have the same viewership that Fox did, because those people are those are Fox News
They're loyalists.
fucking veterans, diehards. They're like, man, I can stay away from Fox for a day or two, but I got to come back and see what's going on. Maybe Tucker came back. They'll be sitting there looking for him for like the next fucking 6 months. And wherever he goes, they're not going to get the same amount of viewership. It's like that's like his token spot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's not like Don Lemon. Nobody. The way they fired Don Lemon, they're like, "Oh, we'll just let him go right now. This shit will be overshadowed with Tucker Carlson news." So by next week, nobody would think about Don Lemon. Everybody's gonna be fantasizing about what happened to Tucker Carlson. Where's Tucker? Man, I need my Tucker fix. Tucker's like fucking drugs and shit, or just can't go to sleep without finding out what's on the mind of Tucker Carlson.
Shit!
Who
so he's the
to.
modern Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, he's like, who's he talking to? What kind of fucking condescending fucking commentary does he have? You don't know if he's serious or sarcastic or fucking condescending or what. But either way, you can't leave without your Tucker fix. He's not like, all the other people that are there. Shit, MSNBC, they wish,
Yeah. So we're gonna wrap it up now.
Man, Fox is a big ass network. Everything comes from Fox. It seems like.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna end it right there. So thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of Frontline Black News. We will be back later on today because we didn't get to our last two topics, which is the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps. So we're gonna do a part 2 later on today. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and like Shabaka EXP on Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We're out. Peace.